you really just ask what this music is? Welcome to the channel, bud. Welcome to the channel. We love new people here. Make yourself at home.
No, lady, how about you shut the f*** up? I'm doing YouTube, bitch!
Checking the email now, sir. Nothing new in the email, sir. When did you send it, sir? Good morning. It's Uncle Lou here. That's right, the rumors are true. It is me, Uncle Lou, live on LouTube for you. Good morning. Don't look now, but Oklahoma State actually has a lead in a football game. They are winning 3-0 against Tulsa with just under 10 minutes to go in the first quarter of that one. Oklahoma State's down bad. They need to run Gundy out of there on the first thing smoking. Switch the screen up. Yep, that's a little better. There you go. How's everybody doing? And just like that, Tulsa takes the lead with about a 60-yard touchdown bomb to a wide open receiver in the end zone. No, 19 yards. Wrong 20-yard line. 19-yard touchdown pass caught by Braylon Presley, and Tulsa is going to take a lead here early on against Oklahoma State. We've got Iowa and Rutgers coming up at 8 o'clock. A Big Ten slobber knocker for you tonight at 8. So, how's everybody doing? So, have a good Friday? Everybody okay? Everybody present and accounted for too? I certainly hope so. They need to get rid of that damn Gundy. Is he on the don't know what they're doing list? Let's see. DeBoer, Belichick, Coach Prime, Sunbelt Billy, Fickle, Kleiman, Gundy, Riley, and Dabo. Okay, yeah. Gundy is on the don't know what he's doing list. That's great news. That's great news. Hopefully Gundy will get off the don't know what he's doing list by getting fired here pretty soon because, well, he just doesn't care about college football anymore. It's the sad reality in Stillwater. But it's the reality nonetheless. Handyman, what's up, buddy? Jack Longley, Crocodile King, Shoot 'em 556, Austin Jones, Carolina Jackpot. How you doing on a Friday, Juke Poot? Alexander, Edward Robinson, Caleb Posey, John Dickens, you like? Father Shuey, Timur, Rory Bowen. What's up, Rory Bowen? Over under on tonight's game is 9. Well, I obviously bet the under. So the bets I have on the two games tonight are as follows. Tulsa plus 10. So far, so good in that one. I've got Iowa and Rutgers under 46.5. And the comment section bet, we put a poll up. Y'all voted. The comment section bet is Iowa first half. So we need Iowa to be winning at halftime for the comment section bet today. Dripped up Vol, what's up, buddy? No way Iowa and Rutgers gets over 30. I hope you're right. I'd love to win some bets today. Okie dokie. Damn. I don't even remember who sent that super chat. I wish I remembered. All I remember is it was a Tennessee fan who disappeared the minute that field goal went wide left. That's all I remember. Probably never see him again. There's a fly flying around in here that is about to get on my last fucking nerve. Kind of watch is that? This is a Tissot. Tissot. I don't. Tissot. I don't know. Hello, Scott and Kellyanne in Conway, Georgia. A little late, but I made it. We just started here. Tulsa just scored a touchdown to take a 7-3 lead over Oak State. We got that game on. There's 9.5 minutes to go in the first quarter, and Iowa and Rutgers comes on here at 8. If you want to watch along at home, the Oklahoma State-Tulsa game is on ESPN. The Iowa-Rutgers game comes on Fox at 8 o'clock. What's up from Key West? Never been there. The furthest south I've ever been in Florida, on the eastern side, is the Daytona, Port Canaveral area. And the furthest I've ever been south on the Gulf side is Tampa area. Never been down to Miami or the Keys. I need to go, don't I? I wouldn't mind going to Miami for a weekend. Never been to Palm Beach. Oklahoma State and Kent State are the same school this year. Oklahoma State is horrific. I mean, they are horrifically bad. They've got the ball now 1st and 10 after that Tulsa touchdown. They keep it on the ground for no gain. It's going to be 2nd and 10. You're still distraught? Yeah, well. I mean, aren't you used to losing to Georgia? Worst Power 4 team, UCLA, Oklahoma State, or Virginia Tech? You know what? It might be Oklahoma State. I'd like to say UCLA, but it might be Oklahoma State. It might be Oklahoma State. Third and 8 now for Oak State. They're on their own 27. They're down 7-3. Tulsa has the lead. How did Oak State get so bad? They used to be decent good every year. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly think Mike Gundy doesn't care about college football anymore. Something happened to him during COVID, and he hasn't been the same since. I think politics might have melted his brain like it does a lot of people. I always liked Gundy. I always thought he was a good coach, but he's just entered complete and total give-up mode at this stage of his career. Oak State punts it away. Fair catch called and made by Tulsa at their own 31, so they'll have the ball up 4. There's not too many things that are more embarrassing in the world of college football than losing to a lower classification school within your own state. Right, Florida man? And it looks like Oklahoma State might be trying to play catch up with Florida in that category. Florida, of course, lost at home to South Florida. Oak State currently losing at home to Tulsa. Gundy is nothing more than a flyover state version of Dabo. Dang. That's a bad way to be there. That's a bad way to be there. You and the ladies take a trip one year. It's nice and early spring before spring break and summer gets out of hand. Are you talking about the Miami area? Have you ever been overseas? I've been to Europe. I've been to Germany. Other than that, I've been to like the Bahamas, Jamaica, Mexico, Canada. But as far as like overseas, 3 weeks in Germany. I don't know, 20 years ago. I bet Florida fans want another G5 coach. Fuck ads on a live stream. Super chat $100, I'll turn the ads off. I mean, I like getting paid just like you do. I'm sure. Sure you like getting paid. Hope Dabo is Bama's next coach. I don't think Dabo's going anywhere. Just sent a fresh email to see if it would go through. I'm at a loss, probably Spectrum. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, I can check the spam folder. Oh yeah, it's in the spam folder. I'm reading it now. All right. That's nice. That's a nice note, Tim. Thank you. I'm replying now. All right. I said it, Tim. Shout out to Tony Voigt in the comment section, too. I haven't seen him. I was trying to wait to see if he was in here tonight. I haven't seen him in here yet, but Tony Voigt, V-O-G-T, in the comment section, sent Uncle Lou 2 helmets today that I didn't have. So big shout out to him. So we're now adding Central Michigan to the collection. Is that the Chippewas? The Central Michigan Chippewas, I believe. And this is Western Michigan. Now, are they the Broncos? Is that what that is? Western Michigan Broncos? This one looks a lot like the Boise State helmet I have. Here's the Boise State helmet I have. Oh, Boise State, Western Michigan. So I'm going to have to do some rearranging to get that Central Michigan helmet up there, but I've got room on the bottom right here for Western Michigan, so we'll go ahead and put it up. This one will be easy to do. Looks like I need another shelf already. Yeah. We're going to need another shelf. We need another shelf already. Looks like I'll be headed to Lowe's next week. Looks like I'll be headed back to Lowe's next week. Get a couple more. I could fit a couple more at least on the bottom, and then probably 3 or 4 more on the top. Then we'll have to figure something else out maybe over here once we outgrow that wall. College game day should have been in Indiana tomorrow, says Jacob. Yeah, it's going to be a good game. Indiana and Illinois. Thank you for the super chat, Jacob. Why can't I see the Patreon live stream chat on Saturdays? Because you're probably trying to watch it on Patreon instead of clicking the YouTube link and going to YouTube. That's usually the problem. You have to click the YouTube link and come watch it on YouTube. That's where everybody's at watching it. They don't watch it through Patreon. The link is just posted on Patreon. But Patreon will play the video on the Patreon page. You've got to click the link into your YouTube app. Yeah. Speaking of Patreon, though, did y'all? I made a post over there earlier today. Did y'all see it? We're getting ready to go ham over on the Patreon page. Spent $1,000 at Lowe's between age 1 and 25. Spent $70 million there from 24 to 25. Yeah. I remember being a kid and my dad dragging me to Lowe's on the weekend and just absolutely hating it, you know. But once you get older, you get your own place, you start doing your own thing like that. Lowe's becomes like your favorite place. I hated it when I was a kid, though. Bluetooth going to the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest private collection of mini helmets. Believe it or not, I post pictures of my helmets on Twitter sometimes, and then I'll get replies from other people or tagged in other people's tweets. There's one guy, I don't know who he is, I just keep getting tagged in his pictures. He's got so many mini helmets that to display them all, he has to lay them out in his yard and take like an aerial shot. He must have 1,000. He must have 1,000 of them. It's unreal. It's unreal. Best Buy is your dad's favorite. I used to love going to Best Buy, but I'm not going to lie. Most things that they sell at Best Buy, I now buy online. Computer equipment, TVs, tech gear, computer stuff, all that. I buy most of that online now. So I don't really go to Best Buy that much anymore, but I did love Best Buy. 10 years ago, before you were buying everything online, I loved Best Buy. Lowe's and Home Depot, they probably will survive the online phase of shopping that we're all in now, because a lot of stuff that they sell at Lowe's and Home Depot, I don't know if I would trust to order that online. Tony, there you are, buddy. Yeah, thank you for the helmets, man. That was very nice of you Two good-looking helmets there, too. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, we went to the grocery store earlier. And when we were getting back from the grocery store, we were fixing to pull up in the driveway. I said, oh, there's a package at the door. I bet you that's helmets. And that's what it was. Thank you, Tony. Jackson says, go up north or out west. They will tell you they look forward to LSU Bama more than Tennessee Bama. It's 2025, not 1975. The Tennessee Bama game's not going away. The LSU Bama game probably is. But that's a cool story about out west, though. You mean out west where no one watches college football? And up north where no one watches college football? Yeah. I don't even know what this name is. Talateoani? I don't know what kind of Indian that is. Says, when was the last time you actually heard something good about Iowa that wasn't just about how bad the offense is? Well, they do have... Well, here's the thing. They do have a good defense every year. They do have good special teams. And we were actually... I was telling this story a couple of weeks ago. It was 3 or 4 years ago, maybe a little longer. Iowa had 2 tight ends drafted in the first round of the NFL draft. I couldn't believe it. I'd never seen anything like it. 2 tight ends from the same team drafted in the first round of the NFL draft. So every once in a while, they come up with a little something. But generally, no, the offense is just horrendous. You're right. Lou, did you or your kids ever do the build and grow kits at Lowe's? I don't think so, because I don't even think I know what that is. So unless I'm just not remembering, then no. I don't think we did that. I'll be so sad if the LSU versus Bama is not permanent, even though Bama gets the better of us most times. It's still my favorite game each year. I mean, you're still going to play them twice every 4 years, so there's really no sense in getting bent out of shape about it. LSU's primary rival is Arkansas, isn't it? Isn't there a name for that game? Or isn't that a trophy game? Don't they give out a trophy to the winner of that game? Some kind of a boot or something? Yeah, the boot. Battle of the Bolt? Battle of the Boot. Yeah. Battle of the Boot. I'm assuming you got the Austin P and ETSU helmets from the post office. No, but I haven't been. The last helmet I got from the post office was... What helmet was that I got from the post office? Shit, I can't even remember. Oh, Charlotte, I think. Charlotte, I think, was the last helmet I got from the post office. I'll have to go up there on Monday. I'll go up there on Monday. I haven't been to the post office in a while. I'll go up there on Monday. Well, Iowa has scored already. That's not good for our under bet, but that's good for the Iowa first half bet. I didn't even see it. It happened so fast. Was it on the kickoff? Or was it the first? It was either the kickoff or the first play. Which was it? Was it the kickoff? It must have been the kickoff because there's only 12 seconds gone in the game. On the kickoff? Yeah. See, we just talking about the special teams, and here they go to start the game with a kickoff return for a touchdown, and they're up 7-0. So that's not good for our under bet. We have under 46.5, and when you have an under bet, you're looking to avoid special teams touchdowns and defensive touchdowns, but we'll see. But we do have Iowa in the first half, so that is good for that. Enjoy my $20 from our Florida-Miami bet. No way Florida winning by 10. I lost a couple of those already back in week 1 because, of course, There was a couple of people who actually bet Florida State against Bama. So I lost a couple in week 1, but I don't think I've lost any since then. Yeah, 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown to start the game for Iowa. Tulsa now up 10-3 over Oklahoma State, so they went down and kicked a field goal to make it a 7-point game. 2:41 to go in the first quarter of that one. Tulsa with a 7-point lead over Oklahoma State. 2:41 to go. And the Iowa-Rutgers game just got underway with an opening kickoff return for a touchdown by the Hawkeyes, so they're up 7-0. Rutgers will be getting the ball now. Iowa lined up to kick off. This game is at Rutgers, and there's the kick. This one's going to be fielded at the 5, fair catch called and made. 1st and 10, Rutgers. What's up, Micah? Uncle Lou has gone soft and woke. I miss the old days where he'd scream and yell at us on how bad we suck. Oh, the good old days. How bad who sucks? If you're talking about Tennessee, I couldn't do that because I made a promise, and I'm a man of my word. That's why I didn't shit on Tennessee in the Your Season Is Over video. But they still suck. I mean, of course they still suck. They haven't won anything since the late 1900s. Of course they suck. You don't need me to point it out. You probably already know that. What's up, Airplane Spotter? Bama Dude. Yeah, I don't know what woke means. I don't know what that means. So I don't know if I'm woke or not. I know we're living in a simulation and none of this is real. Is that woke? Rutgers back to throw, 2nd and 5. Good pocket throws. Caught deep downfield. Knocked out of bounds at the 50-yard line. Big play by Rutgers there. 1st and 10 for them. Oklahoma State with the ball back now. They're down 7 with 2 minutes to go at home against Tulsa. We're living on Jesus's earth, bro. Yeah. Yep. Another completed pass for Oklahoma State. Good for a 1st down. Is Jackson Arnold any good? No. He can run around, but no, he can't throw the ball. Auburn's are going to get humbled tomorrow, I think. I like Oklahoma in that one. Lou, when did LSU hurt you so badly? Me? LSU's never done nothing to me. I think didn't Georgia beat them the last time we played? I think the last time they played, Georgia beat them. I don't have anything against LSU. I don't even really know what you mean by that. I mean, I've got them in my top 10, don't I? I've got LSU ranked 4th. What do you want me to do? Pat you on your little tiny fucking head and tell you how good LSU is all the time? Go to another channel if you want to hear that. That's not what we do here. What's up, Lou? Just joining. Was that you that sent the email? Well, it wasn't an email. It was a post on Patreon. Patreon might notify you that there's a post made on Patreon, but I don't send out emails like that, no. I feel like you've always been pretty fair to LSU. I'm pretty fair to every team. The problem is fans don't like to hear about it when their team is dog shit. That's the reality. When Georgia was dog shit, I came on here every day and told you Georgia was dog shit. And guess what? Georgia fans got mad and unsubscribed. So, when LSU's offense can't score a touchdown through the first 3 weeks of the season, and I come on here and say it, you get mouth-breathing retards like this guy show up in the comment section wanting to know what LSU did to hurt my feelings. The only people whose feelings should be hurt is you, the LSU fans, because you got all hyped up in the offseason about your offense, and now you can't get a 1st down. So you're the one whose feelings should be hurt, not me. You're a Kentucky fan? Yeah, see? You don't see, there's a Kentucky fan in here. You don't see him in here crying, and he's got absolutely nothing to look forward to at all. He's got a terrible coach who peaked at 8 wins a season, and they can't afford to fire him because they gave him a $10 million a year contract. So that guy's got absolutely nothing to look forward to in the world of college football for years to come, yet he's still in here having a good time, not accusing me of Kentucky hurting me just because they're not any good. Tie ball game. Rutgers took it down the field and scored. 7-7 is your score early in this one. Iowa returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown. Rutgers then got the ball their first time and went right down the field easily and scored. Tied at 7 early in the game. Lou, you've calmed down a lot. You don't crash out as much anymore on callers, but it's probably for health reasons. But either way, you're entertaining. I still lose it every once in a while. Believe me. Believe me. Garrett Roberts, thank you for the super chat. He says, stop mistreating Uncle Lou. That might be the best idea we've heard all day. Do I have that on?
Stop mistreating Uncle Lou!
Yeah, that's an order, too, by the way. Pedro's thoughts, thank you for that super chat. Garrett, thank you for that super chat. Colton Silcox, thank you for the super chat. He says, hopefully Miami wins tomorrow. Go Gators. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, Florida fans, some of them are starting to, y'all talking about being woke. Florida fans are starting to wake up to the idea that Billy Napier doesn't know what the fuck he's doing and is not doing anything really except dragging that program deeper into the fucking bowels of existence because, well, they're really, really bad. But there is a possibility Napier gets fired on Sunday if Florida goes on the road and loses this one to Miami, which I expect they will. I like Miami in that one. Biggs Mike, thank you for the super chat. He says, pay Lou. Eric singing last night was a top 5 moment in LouTube history. Good luck on your bets this weekend. Boy, Eric turned it up last night. Eric was on one. He was on one last night with the God Bless the USA. Eric's an American icon. Jared G says, for every stream thumbs up, a troll gets a bridge. Oh, boy, shit. Well, there's a lot of trolls, so we better get to building them bridges. Trolls are like roaches. You might only see one, but I guarantee you there's 100 of them around somewhere. If you see one, there's at least 100 more somewhere. When Lou leans backwards in the chair during the call-in show, you know they said something dumb. I spend a lot of time in that call-in show doing this, don't I? Oh, man, y'all are wild. Y'all are wild. Lou, the under might be cooked. Yeah, not good to have 2 touchdowns in the first 3 minutes of the game when you're on the under. Yeah, thank God the comment section took the Iowa first half bet. Maybe we'll break even. And we still have Tulsa plus 10, which so far looks pretty good. Yeah, we might get a rare Iowa shootout. Wouldn't that be something? I don't know. We haven't seen Iowa with the ball yet. You know, they scored on a kickoff, so we haven't seen them with the ball yet. So it's still possible Iowa comes out and can't do shit offensively. We'll see. They're going to get their first opportunity now. That kickoff sails to the back of the end zone for a touchback. Iowa will have the ball 1st and 10 on their own 25. Do you think Ron Baker is sleeping right now? I don't know who that is. Do I? Is that the guy that called in over the summer with the sleeping routine? Was that his name? If that's who you're talking about, then yes, I definitely think he's sleeping. I think that's all. I think he's in a permanent state of sleep. That guy, basically in a coma. What's my best winning bet? Like the most I've ever one-on-one bet? I let a troll piss me off one night, or somebody that I thought was a troll. There's people that show up in the comment section all the time and they're like, I'll bet you $1 million that Georgia loses to blah, 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 whatever, right? And they're bullshitting. They don't have $1, never mind $1 million, you know, they're just trolling. Somebody was in the comment section one night a few years ago going on and on and on about LSU beating Georgia in the SEC championship. And I was going back and forth with him. And he's like, I'll bet you $1,000 right now LSU beats him. I said, bet. Send the money, and it's a bet. And I've never bet $1,000 on a game. I bet $25. My bets are like $25. $50 is a lot to bet on a game for me. I bet because I enjoy doing it. I don't make big bets on these games. But I thought this guy was a troll, and he was like, "I'll bet you $1,000." I said, "Okay, fine, $1,000. Send the money. Here's my PayPal. You send the money, and it's a bet." Well, I'll be damned if that motherfucker didn't send me $1,000. I was a nervous fucking wreck, man. I was a nervous wreck. But that was the SEC championship game in 2022. Wasn't that the year? Brian Kelly's first year at LSU. And Georgia and LSU played in the SEC championship, and Georgia blew them out. I mean, so I didn't have to sweat the game or nothing. Georgia destroyed them. But I was a nervous wreck heading into that game because I don't bet that kind of money. But I won. So that's the biggest bet I ever won. When can I call in? You're misrepresenting me. You can call in on any call-in show. They're every Tuesday and Thursday night at 9. What did I misrepresent you about? But yeah, the call-in shows are every Tuesday and Thursday at 9. So the next one will be next Tuesday at 9. Yeah, Bo Baker, that was his name, not Ron Baker. It was Bo Baker. Iowa 3-and-out, punched the ball. So we're back on track for the under here because the Iowa offense is doing Iowa shit again. Rutgers is going to have good field position, though, around their own 40 here. All tied at 7, Iowa and Rutgers, with 11:34 to go in the first quarter. Some Friday night Big Ten football for you. We also have an in-state game here between Oklahoma State and G5 team Tulsa. Tulsa up in this one, 10-3. Second quarter just underway, and Tulsa is driving again. 13:40 to go. Tulsa has the ball. They're on their own 34. Pass complete out in the flat to the wide receiver. Shoved out of bounds around the 41. Gain of about 7. 2nd and 3. 2nd and 4. Coming up now for Tulsa. 10-3. Tulsa up over Oak State. Mike Gundy might need to find another hobby. This guy's got no interest. He's bordering on Deion Sanders' level of boredom. Like, he's just... Deion Sanders and Mike Gundy have no interest at all in coaching college football. I don't know if they're just doing it for the paycheck or what. I don't even know why they're doing it. They obviously don't like it and have no interest in it. First down, Tulsa on the ground up near midfield. They're having their way with Oak State in this one. South Carolina fan here said to say 5-7 season loading. Man, that's disappointing. South Carolina fans were excited this offseason, and I think they had reason to be. Lenore Sellers coming back, Nick Harbor, Dylan Stewart, a couple of good seasons there under Beamer. Last year was good, but boy, it hadn't started off good for them this year. They barely beat a pretty bad Virginia Tech team, struggled at home against, was it Troy? South Carolina State, and then just get blown out, really, at home at night by Vandy. Lenore Sellers gets knocked out of the game. Their defense didn't show up at all. And I don't know if Lenore Sellers is going to play this weekend, but if he's not, they're going to get blown out again. Missouri can score. Missouri can score. So we'll see on the Lenore Sellers thing for this weekend. But I like Missouri to win this weekend at home over South Carolina. Okie State got fucked by OU. That was the biggest game for them every year. Well, yeah, Oklahoma State blames Oklahoma. Oklahoma blames Oklahoma State. I blame them both. So they said he's playing. Well, that's good for South Carolina. I know he was listed as questionable earlier in the week. Then they changed it to probable. But I never really believed those injury reports one way or the other. So, it's kind of a I'll believe it when I see it type thing on any injured player anymore. I don't believe those injury reports that the league office makes the teams put out. Surprising game so far. Which one? I'm surprised 14 points have been scored already. in the Rutgers, Iowa game, yeah. 1st and 10 for Rutgers. I'm not surprised Oklahoma State's losing. Rutgers keeps it on the ground. Good gain. Picks up about 6 yards, 5 or 6 yards. 2nd and 5 coming up now for Rutgers, all tied at 7. Missouri sucks. I don't know. Have you watched them? Because I have. And suck isn't the word that came to mind. Second and 4, they're going to call it here for Rutgers. They're going to keep it on the ground again, close to a first down. Looks like he might be half a yard short. It's going to be 3rd and 1 coming up now for Rutgers. You can only believe the injury report if it says they're out, because that's the only one they can't lie about. Yeah, you know, the coaches didn't, forever they didn't release injury reports, and then the SEC office a couple of years ago started mandating that the teams release 2 injury reports a week. But there's no, I mean, you know, Lane Kiffin last year, kind of famously, I think it was before the Georgia game. I think it was the Georgia game. There was one game last year, Ole Miss put out their injury report, and it was like 50-something players on there were listed as questionable. Basically, every starter and every second-string player on the entire team, he just listed as questionable. I got Auburn in a blowout tomorrow. Oklahoma is overrated. The defense is hot garbage. Good God, buddy. Come on, man. This is why I hope you're not betting on that. If you hate a team that bad that they've made you that blind, then whatever you do, don't bet on them or against them, because you are blinded by hatred there, buddy. Rutgers pass complete on 2nd and 7, close to another first down. Rutgers having no problem here moving the ball against this Iowa defense. They went right down the field and scored on their first possession, and they're in the process of doing it again now. Oklahoma's winning that game tomorrow. Yeah, I like Oklahoma to win. I got some concerns about Auburn, their offensive line, their defense. Jackson Arnold can't throw the ball. I got some concerns there. And they're playing on the road. 1st and 10, Rutgers on the Iowa 41. Another pass complete, dives out of bounds for another gain of 5 or 6 yards. So, I mean, they are moving right down the field here, 5, 6 yards at a time. Iowa's defense might have to tighten up. Living in Georgia sucks. Can't bet on hardly anything. You can use Sleeper in Georgia. You can use Sleeper. Download the Sleeper app, use promo code Lou, L-O-U, and they'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar. So you put $100 in, they'll give you another $100, up to $100. And you're not betting on the outcomes of games. You're picking more or less on stat lines for players, and then stacking those picks up. So, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those picks in a row, you win up to 1,000 times your money. It does make watching the games a lot more interesting. I'll tell you that. Norwegian Method says, what happened to Hilljack wished harm on B. Bowers? What, you mean like one specific person? I don't know. I have no idea. First and 10, Tulsa going deep. Caught. No, dropped. I thought he had it. Shit, would have been inside the 10-yard line. I thought he had it, and then and then the ball hit the ground. So just a long incompletion there for Tulsa. But boy, I thought he had that one. Let's see again. What the hell happened? Did he get knocked out, or did he just drop it? Yeah, knocked out there. Swatted out. Another first and 10 for Rutgers inside the 30 now. Back to throw. Going deep down the sideline. Has a man just out of reach inside the 5. Led him just a little bit too much. 2nd and 10 now for Rutgers. Andrew, thank you for the super chat. He says, FSU fan here. You've always been fair to us. Also, no matter what happens tonight, Mike Gundy is still a man. He's still 40. Yeah, no matter how old Mike Gundy gets to us, he'll always be 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. That was back when Mike Gundy was cool and knew what he was doing and actually wanted to be a college football coach. Now he's just a shell of what he used to be and absolutely hates his job. The quicker Oklahoma State can run him out of town, the better off they'll be. He's just got no interest in college football anymore. Rutgers completes a short pass, gets it up the sideline for 7 or 8 yards, though. 3rd and short coming up now for Rutgers, all tied at 7 in this one. Still 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Will Jam Miller be back for the Georgia game? I heard yes. Now, that nose tackle, I don't think he'll be back. And even if he is, he won't be anywhere near 100%. What's the guy's name? What's that big defensive lineman for Bama that's been out with a tightrope surgery? Forget his name now. Probably their best interior defensive lineman. What's his name? He's been out all year. He had tightrope surgery about 3 weeks ago. What's his name? Tim Keenan, thank you. Tim Keenan, yeah. Tim Keenan. I don't know if he'll be back or not, but even if he is, he won't be anywhere close to 100%. Rutgers 1st and goal, touchdown. Wow, Rutgers has had the ball twice, and they went down the field both times easily on this Iowa defense and scored touchdowns. Iowa's got the touchdown, but that was a kickoff. They returned the opening kick for a touchdown. They've only had the ball once, Iowa, and they went 3 and out. So Rutgers with a lead here at home over Iowa right now, 13-7. The extra point will make it 14. Yeah, RIP to the under. I hear you. Unless this shit slows way down, it doesn't look like we're going to win the chat bet either. The Iowa first half bet either's not looking good. Anyone know if the SEC has released a 2026 football schedule? No. Next week is when the schedules will start coming out. Lou, are you ready for this Georgia-Bama game? I will be next week when it comes around. Mike Gundy needs Ryan Williams' support teddy bear. Oh, man. I wonder if Ryan Williams is bringing that fucking teddy bear to Sanford Stadium. Probably is. I don't think he can leave home without it, or he'll have some type of a nervous breakdown. Did Nico enter the portal yet? No. Not that I've heard, no. Commercial break in both the games right now. Let me go get some water. I'll be right back. All right, what'd I miss? Nothing? Good. Tulsa still winning 10-3. Oak State down bad. Real bad. Absolute garbage. I mean, absolute garbage here, Oak State. 10 minutes to go in the first half. 10-3 the score. Tulsa on top. Tulsa's got the ball. 4th and 2. And they've got their offense on the field because why wouldn't they? Oklahoma State can't stop a nosebleed. Nico took a red shirt his first year at Tennessee, then played a year now at UCLA. Who do you got in the Iowa game? I bet the under, and then we did a poll at the beginning of the stream and let the chat vote on the first half. And the first half, the chat took Iowa to win the first half. So it's not looking good for either of those bets. And then in the Oklahoma State-Tulsa game, I've got Tulsa plus 10. So I do feel good about that one. Tulsa is playing their second string QB in this game too, although I guess Oklahoma State is as well. Who do you want the permanent Georgia opponents to be? Beyond Auburn and Florida, I don't care. And nobody else should either. I mean, as long as they save all the big games, the big yearly games, I don't care who the third teams are. Yes, trolling is not prohibited anymore like it was. It's just frowned upon now. Used to be trolling will not be tolerated. Remember that? Now it'll be tolerated. It's just frowned upon. See, down there at the bottom. Yeah, all the wrenches went away when the channel got shut down. So I did a Patreon stream. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Did a Patreon stream, handed the wrenches back out, and then we'll hand them out again tomorrow on the Patreon stream. The Patreon stream this weekend is tomorrow night at 7. Tomorrow night at 7. As shown on the screen there. So 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, the kickoff show right here on YouTube. And then the game stream tomorrow night will be on Patreon at 7. So if you're not signed up on the Patreon yet, make sure you do that. Lou, I need my wrench back. Wrenches are handed out on Patreon streams. So the next Patreon stream will be tomorrow night at 7. YouTube stream tomorrow. Yeah, 9 a.m. the kickoff show on YouTube tomorrow. What was I about to do? Oh, yeah. Let me see if you have There's the link to the Patreon page right there. Are you streaming the game on YouTube tomorrow? I haven't decided yet. I'll see. I don't know. I just hope Tennessee doesn't lose 2 of its 4 rivals so they can try to shoehorn someone else in. For Tennessee, I want Bama, Kentucky, and Vandy. That's one possibility, or it could be Bama, Florida, and Vandy. I don't really care, to be honest. We're going to play it. Everybody is going to play everybody twice every 4 years, so I mean, now, believe me, I get it. When the list comes out next week, there's going to be 1 million people on the internet crying and bitching and moaning and complaining. I mean, they've already made up their mind. They're going to cry, bitch, moan, and complain about it. It doesn't matter what schedules the SEC puts out. You know how people are. People just like to complain. So they're going to complain about it no matter what. I'm not too worried because I have a feeling all the major games are going to be saved. The Cocktail Party, the Iron Bowl, Red River Shootout, the Egg Bowl, Tennessee and Bama, all the major Texas and Texas A&M, all of the major rivalries are going to be saved. I don't give a shit who Georgia's third opponent is or their Tennessee's third opponent, or none of that shit matters to me because you're going to play everybody twice every 4 years anyway. But if you like complaining, you'll see a ton of it next week. A lot of y'all will even be involved in it. Chandler Dickey says, hey Lou, hope you're well. Go Gamecocks. Hey, yeah, thanks Chandler. I'm good. I hope you're doing good, buddy. Nate the Great says, is VicTube ever going to have a winning record and outpick Vic? Ever? No. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. No. I love VicTube, but man, he can't pick no games, can he? I don't think he's ever going to have a winning record. Here comes a field goal attempt for Tulsa. Right down the middle, it's good. They extend the lead 13-3 now. The score, they're up over Oklahoma State. A 10-point lead with 7:49 to go until halftime. There's a flag down in the Rutgers Iowa game. Rutgers is up 14-7 at home over the Hawkeyes. Still in the first quarter of that one. Iowa's only touchdown came on the opening kickoff of the game, a 100-yard kickoff return, but they've got the ball here down in the red zone after a big run, unless the flag is going to bring it back. Let's see. Looks like, oh yeah, that's a late hit for sure. Yeah, that was silly, man. What are you doing? Wow, that was real late. That was dangerously late. What are you doing? First and goal for Iowa. What the hell is with the Florida? Oh, I missed it. Oh, there it is. What the hell is with the Florida coach doing the Woody Hayes impression? I didn't see that. Did Billy Napier hit somebody on the other team or something? I haven't heard about that. Can you turn the Clemson helmet over until Klubnik doesn't have any turnovers? If that's the case, we might not ever turn it back over again. Make more accounts, bud, and make sure you subscribe with all of them too. Thank you. Florida running back coach hit an LSU player. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't hear about that. Second and goal now for Iowa. They're at the Rutgers 6-yard line. Let's see if they can get it in and tie it up. Handoff inside the 5. Touchdown, Iowa. So a field goal will tie things up here. Or field goal. An extra point will tie things up here. This is only slightly allowed troll zone. No, it's allowed. It's just frowned upon. Lou, did you pick Orange to beat the Clemson Dabos? No, I think Clemson will win. I'm not betting the game, though. Like, I'm not betting Clemson to cover or anything like that. But if I have to just pick a winner, I'll go with Clemson, yeah. But if they lose that one, the wheels are going to fall off for sure. Should I delusionally talk myself into us winning tomorrow, or should I just expect a 3-touchdown loss? I mean, I wouldn't bet on Auburn if I was you, but there's nothing wrong, I guess, as an Auburn fan in hoping you'll find a way to win. But I don't think they're going to win. But upsets happen every week. I mean, Clemson is averaging 2 points more than 2024's FSU offense. That's bad. That's real bad. That's real bad. Clemson is averaging 2 points more than 24. Oh, I just read that. Will Gundy get fired if they lose this? I don't think Gundy will get fired in the middle of the season, no. He's been there too long. I think if they're going to let Gundy go, it'll be at the end of the year, I think. Everyone has Sooner stuff in Oklahoma with the Pokes as bad as they have been last year and this year. Will the SEC get 4 teams in the playoff? Way too early to know on that. Way too early to know on that. Notre Dame not being any good looks like does open up an extra spot. But the ACC could get 3 teams in this year instead of 2. So that could that could negate the Notre Dame thing. So you're probably still going to have 7 spots for the SEC and the Big Ten, just like last year, is what it looks like to me. My streaming on YouTube tomorrow. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning on YouTube for the kickoff show. We won plenty of meaningful games last year, says Bama Dude. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment watching Oklahoma State. They are bad. They are bad. They've got the ball 3rd and 17. Quarterback throws complete, but he's tackled short of the first down. It's going to be 4th and about 2, and they'll probably have to punt it again. UCLA would probably beat Oklahoma State. It'd be a good game. It'd be a good game. Tulsa has a player down on the play. Let's hope he's all right. Iowa defense better get it together. Are you able to turn helmets upside down? I'd have to figure out a way to do it. No, the answer is no. I'd have to figure out something to set them in. Kickoff is going to be a touchback, so Rutgers will have the ball 1st and 10 on their own 25 after that Iowa touchdown tied things up at 14. Could UCLA beat North Carolina? Ooh. No. No. I don't think so. You could use a toilet bowl ring seal to set them in. Oklahoma State just punted it back to Tulsa, so Tulsa will have the ball, a 10-point lead, 13-3 with 6:16 to go in the first half of that one. Is Vandy the dark horse? Dark horse for what? To win a natty? No, they've got 0 chance to win a natty. Nico is transferring to Helen Keller's School for the Deaf and Blind. Well, hell, he ought to get a scholarship there. Fit right in. Should Florida keep Sunbelt Billy because 5-star Dallas Wilson will probably... No. You should never keep a coach for the sole reason of keeping somebody from transferring. No, that's a terrible idea and a terrible plan. Without the Oklahoma Superpower game, the Pokes have given up on football. It looks that way. Their head coach has for sure. Gundy couldn't be any less interested in college football. He needs to quit and get a job at Fox News or become a podcaster or something. This guy's got absolutely no interest in college football. Something happened to his mind or his brain during COVID, and he just hasn't been the same since. Heisman favorite, I think you got to have John Mateer on there. I like what Sawyer Robertson's doing at Baylor, but you know what the Heisman is. It's not necessarily the best player. It's usually a really good player on a team with 9 or more wins, right? And I don't know if Baylor will win enough games, but I've liked Sawyer Robertson early in the year. I like John Mateer early in the year. Boy, a lot of the favorites have faded away. I mean, Nussmeier, Klubnik, Arch Manning, those were your favorites heading into the season for the Heisman. None of them are any good. So they're off the board. Yeah, Rutgers is moving the ball again. They've had the ball twice and scored twice, and they're marching a third time now. It's funny how Tennessee can beat Bama but not Georgia, and Bama beats Georgia but not Tennessee. Yeah. What happened to the Iowa defense? Great question, because they usually have a good defense, and they say defense travels, but Iowa's defense didn't travel today. It doesn't look good so far in this one. They've yet to stop this Rutgers offense. What other sports do you watch during the off season? I don't watch a lot of regular season anything other than college football. I do watch some regular season college basketball and some regular season NBA, but I only watch it to the extent that I'm betting on it. So if there's a game, let's say there's a college basketball game on a Wednesday night and I'm betting on it, then I'll watch it. But I only watch from a betting perspective. I don't have a favorite team. I can't name 5 players from college basketball last year. And it's kind of the same thing with the NBA. I'll watch an NBA game if I'm betting on it. Now, postseasons, I'll watch almost anything. I love March Madness, the men's basketball tournament. I love that. I'm addicted to that. I like the NBA playoffs. Again, I don't know that much about the NBA. I don't know about a lot of the players, but when I watch NBA, I did watch the NBA in the 90s. You know, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, Michael Jordan, that whole era. And when I watch the NBA playoffs now, it reminds me of what basketball was like in the 90s. But regular season NBA basketball today is unwatchable. Half the stars sit out half the games. When they do play, they don't play defense. It's regular season NBA basketball to me is unwatchable. But I do love the NBA playoffs. Baseball, I really don't watch that at all. I watched some of the home run derby in baseball this year. Over the course of a baseball season, I probably don't even watch an entire game combined. Like I might watch an inning here or there of a couple of games, but not much. NFL, I like the NFL, but the problem is, when does the NFL come on? Well, it comes on Sundays, but I work all day on Sundays, so I can't watch it. It comes on Monday nights, but I work Monday nights, so I can't watch it. It comes on Thursday nights. Well, I work Thursday nights, so I can't watch it. So the only NFL game I ever get to watch is the Sunday night game. And I don't always watch that, depending on what's going on. But if there's not a lot going on a Sunday night, I'll put the Sunday night NFL game on. College football is the only sport I watch strictly for the enjoyment of it. Everything else, I only watch it if I'm gambling on it. I think he's out of bounds. Yeah, Rutgers caught a pass inside, or not Rutgers, Tulsa caught a pass inside the 20, but the guy was out of bounds, so it's going to be incomplete. Steph Curry or LeBron James? Oh, man. Well, if I need a three-pointer, I'll take Steph Curry. If I need 2, I guess I'll take LeBron. I don't love or hate LeBron. So, like, that whole LeBron argument that's out there, I don't have a side in that argument. I think LeBron's one of the best basketball players of all time. However long you think that list is. If it's 20 names long, if it's 10 names long, whatever, I think LeBron is on that list somewhere. Is he the greatest player of all time? I don't think so. But again, I don't really care about basketball. I'm not an expert. And so it doesn't, if you think LeBron's the greatest ever, okay. I think it's Michael Jordan, but I just don't care enough about basketball to really even argue about it. Kobe better than LeBron? I think you can make an argument for that. Yeah. Kobe had the same, what I liked about Jordan, and I don't think LeBron has this, Michael Jordan and Kobe, they were cold-blooded fucking killers on the basketball court. They did not like you. You were not their friend. And if they could score 40 on you and embarrass you, they would do it. And they wanted the ball in their hand at the end of the game. I don't see that from LeBron. I don't see that killer. I don't see that killer instinct from LeBron. Now, physically, he's a problem, He's 6'8", no body fat, moves like a guard, built like a forward. I think he's really good. I think LeBron's really good. But Jordan and Kobe had that. I mean, they would step on your throat. And I don't see that in LeBron. I don't know who's more sick, Mike Gundy for not retiring or me for live betting the game, says Shooter McGavin. Which side? You didn't take Oklahoma State, did you? I wish I would have took Tulsa on the money line now. I took them with the points. And they're up 16-3 with 2.5 minutes to go in the first half. So I feel good on my bet on that game. This one, not so good. I bet under 46.5 in the Iowa-Rutgers game. That's not looking good at all. And then, I always put a poll up at the beginning of the streams, and I let y'all, the chat section, vote on a bet. And y'all's vote was Iowa wins the first half. So we have a bet on Iowa to win the first half, and Rutgers is about to score to take the lead. There's still plenty of time left, 12:40 in the second quarter, but Iowa's defense hasn't shown the ability to even slow down Rutgers, much less stop them. Isn't Michael Jordan a huge asshole? That's what people say. I've heard that. I don't know. There's also a famous quote from somebody that says, never meet your heroes. And that's probably good advice. I'm an asshole. I'm not a nice person. So I don't really, doesn't bother me if Michael Jordan's an asshole. That's actually not true. I am a nice person. Lou is 9 of 4 picking overs. Jay, I see what you're doing there. Most people probably won't get that. I get that though, Jay. I get it from the caller last night. I see what you're doing, Jay. Did Rutgers score here? Let's see. They're trying to Philadelphia Eagles tush push. And you're not going to be able to tell, but it looks like he got in. Not going to be able to tell much in that replay, but it looks like he got in to me. Larry Bird is your GOAT. I think he's on the list of best players. I don't think he's the best ever. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Slipknot. Let's go Danny fucking Havoc. All in on Iowa. Well, they better come up with some kind of a defense for you, or that's going to be a losing bet. I've been joking, but Ohio State might legitimately be the worst team in college football. Oh, no, Oklahoma. I'm sorry. I see OSU and I automatically think Ohio State, but you're clearly not talking about Ohio State. You're talking about Oklahoma State. Yeah, they're bad. Oh, I'm not going to lie. This is the first time I've watched them. I watched about 10 minutes of the Oregon-Oklahoma State game, and I said, okay, yep, this is going about like I thought it would, and I turned it off. So this is the most I've watched of Oklahoma State, and yeah, they are as bad as advertised. They are as bad as advertised. Week 4 is zooted. Great games. Michigan, Nebraska. We haven't talked about that. Michigan, Nebraska tomorrow. Florida, Miami. Auburn, Oklahoma. How about Utah and Texas Tech? Is Texas Tech for real? We'll find out tomorrow on the road at Utah. I don't know what to make of that one. My gut says to take Utah at home, but boy, Texas Tech has looked good. They have looked good. I don't know. Well, hell, I thought this about the Georgia-Tennessee game too, and I was wrong. Sometimes I look at a game and I go, okay, if this team wants to win, it needs to be low scoring. Because if it turns into a shootout, they don't have a chance. Like that's what I thought about the Georgia-Tennessee game last week. If you would have told me that the final score, if you'd have told me that Tennessee scored 41 points, I said, well, Georgia lost. They don't win those shootout type games. But Georgia found a way to win it. It feels like that with Texas Tech and Utah. Like it feels like if you tell me the final score is 24-20, then I'll say, okay, Utah must have won. If you tell me Texas Tech scores 35, I'll say, oh, Texas Tech must have won. But I don't know. I don't know. I have not bet on that game yet. I've bet on a bunch of games tomorrow, but not that one. The bets I've got Oklahoma minus 6.5. I've got Florida and Miami under 51. I've got Nebraska plus 2.5. I've got Tennessee minus 39.5. Michigan State plus 17.5. Illinois plus 4. Missouri minus 13.5. NC State plus 3. And UNLV minus 2.5. Those are the bets I have tomorrow. And I'll probably make some more tomorrow. Georgia was my pick to win the SEC in the preseason, yeah. So until they start losing games, I'm going to stick with that. Current line is Mizzou minus 9.5. Yeah, they announced today, I think, that Lenore Sellers is going to play, but I don't know. Missouri's looked good. I bet those games on Monday. Lou, do you make or lose money with bets overall? Lose. I'm not a professional bettor. I bet for the entertainment value. I don't bet a lot of money either. All those bets I just rattled off, they're $25 each. So it's like 10 bets at $25 each. That's $250. No, I'm not going to lose them all. If I go 4 and 6, I'll lose $50. If I go 6 and 4, I'll win $25. Or so. I mean, you know what I mean? Do I want to win money when I bet? Sure, that'd be nice. But winning money when I go to the casino would be nice too. But, gambling's not a way to make money. I'm not trying to preach to anybody. Y'all do what you want to do with your gambling, but I've been gambling since I was 8 years old. It's not a way to make money. Can you get lucky and hit some bets? Yeah, of course you can. I've hit some big ones. But any form of gambling, the more you do it and the longer you do it, the more likely you are to lose. It's not like other things where you get better the more you do it. The more you gamble, the more likely you become to lose. That's just a mathematical fact because of the juice. (21-14), Rutgers up on Iowa, 12 minutes to go in the first half. 16-3, Tulsa up over Oak State, under 2 minutes to go in the first half of that one. Oak State down bad. The methed out Florida fans ain't been this down bad since Dragons invaded Waffle House. Let's leave Waffle House out of the Florida slander. That's very disrespectful to Waffle House. Waffle House is a national treasure. Tulsa nearly intercepted that pass. Incomplete. A minute and a half to go now. It's going to be 2nd and 25 for Oklahoma State. Did you watch when SC won the baseball natties? Nobody watches college baseball, buddy. So no, I didn't watch that. More people watch the Women's World Series softball than watch college baseball. More people actually watch the Little League World Series than watch the College World Series. Nobody watches college baseball. Lou, do you think UJ will finally beat Alabama? I hope so, but I'm not picking it. I'm picking Bama in that one. Waffle House training future UFC fighters. You got to be a fighter to work the night shift at Waffle House. You never know what's going to happen in there. That's a wild place to be after 2 a.m. When the bar is closed, Waffle House becomes a war zone. I'm going to the game tomorrow. This will be the biggest win for the program since 2019. Wish us luck. Well, are you going to the game at Norman? That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Enjoy yourself. Regardless of how the game goes, that'll be a great experience, man. I'm sure that's a great place to see a game. Evan says, not even degenerate gamblers watch college baseball. That's bad, says Evan 250. Yeah, I won't even bet on college baseball. Did you watch when SC made the Final Four in 2017? Talking about college basketball or baseball? I watch the NCAA basketball tournament. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I just don't watch college baseball. A minute 22 to go till halftime. Oklahoma State looking at a 4th down and 16. They're down 16-3. Getting blown out at home by a lower classification in-state school. That's pretty bad. You got banned from Waffle House once? Come on, man. Don't be in the Waffle House misbehaving, man. What are you doing? Come on, man. You're supposed to go to Waffle House to watch other people misbehave. Second and 9 now for Iowa. They're in the red zone on the 24. They got an empty backfield, 5 wide. What are they doing? Snap, back to throw. Gronowski steps up, gets rid of it before he got sacked. Flag comes in. Flag thrown in the secondary, but I mean, that ball was uncatchable. He basically just threw the ball into the ground because he was getting sacked. I don't know what the penalty is going to be. It's some kind of defensive holding or something, maybe? Yeah, defensive holding. That's a bad penalty for Rutgers to take there. That's going to give Iowa an automatic 1st down up near the 10-yard line. I'm trying to get tickets for the Nebraska game, says Michigan, says Nate. What Nebraska game? Lou, where does the Calzone play at now? Haven't seen him since 2022. Kentucky. Yeah. The Calzone is the quarterback. You know how Kentucky goes out and gets a terrible transfer quarterback every year, right? Well, this year it's the Calzone. When was the last time Georgia made the Final Four in men's basketball? Well, they've only made the Final Four once, sometime back in the 80s, I think. But when they had Dominique Wilkins or something? I think it was back in the early to mid 80s. But I'm not sure. I'm not a Georgia basketball fan. I don't have a favorite team in basketball. Then they think they are good. Who? 1st and goal, Iowa now at the 2. Quarterback draw, walks into the end zone untouched, and we're going to be tied again at 21. Back and forth game here, Iowa and Rutgers. We're definitely going to miss that under bet, though. The over-under was 46.5, and they're already at 42, and it's still the first half. We did bet Iowa first half. Maybe we get a push on that. A tie would be a push, so we wouldn't win or lose. We'd just get our money back, basically, and then we can bet something in the second half. When was the last time Bama lost to Florida State? 4 weeks ago. Yeah, 4 weeks ago. That's the only time Florida State's ever beat them. That was Florida State's first official win over Alabama. Oklahoma State stinks. That's an understatement, man. They are horrifically bad. Horrifically bad. That's probably the last play of the half right there. 16-3 is the score. Tulsa's got the ball, but they're backed up on their own end. They're probably not going to run a play. Probably just go to halftime here with a 13-point lead. Alabama beat Florida State back in 2017. No, I said that's the first time Florida State's beat Bama. That's the first official win Florida State's ever had over Bama. I know Alabama beat them in 2017. We're talking about Florida State winning. Gundy has McDonald's waiting for him in the locker room. Is he overweight? Is that an overweight joke or something? Okay, so we're doing good with Iowa now. Well, it's a push. We're not losing. We've got Iowa to win the first half. So if they win the first half, we win. If they lose the first half, we lose. If it's tied at halftime, that's a push. We don't win or lose. We just get our money back. And then we'll take that money and bet something in the second half. Whatever y'all want to bet in the second half. If Notre Dame loses to Purdue, I'm going to end it all. They better not lose to Purdue. Ooh. I must be allergic to trolling. UCLA over Oklahoma State 20-17. I'd probably take UCLA over Oklahoma State right now. Be honest, I probably would. Even without a coach, I'd probably take UCLA in that one. Just got to Norman. Wish us luck. Yeah, have fun up there, Donovan. I'm not sure how the game's gonna go for you, but that'll be a memorable trip, man. I hope y'all have a good time. What is a golden hurricane? That's when like 10 different people pee on you at the same time. It's like a golden shower times 10. That's the Tulsa mascot. Kentucky does. They always think they're good after getting a transfer QB. Will Levis has been about the best one they had. The rest of them were kind of flops. Land Thief Man will upset the barn. It won't be an upset. They're favored by about a touchdown. Oklahoma is. I think they'll win by more than that. I bet Oklahoma minus 6.5 on Monday, and I feel pretty good about it. That sounds kinky, Lou. Yeah, you'd be surprised what some people are into. Gundy showed up to the game just for the... Gundy enjoys it, huh? Iowa's kickoff goes out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So with 8 minutes to go in the first half, we're tied at 21. Rutgers is going to have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 25. Oklahoma State just looks dead. Yeah, they do. Going through the motions type shit. I mean, this is bad. They're going to have to get rid of Gundy. The guy's got no interest. I don't know what happened to Gundy. I always liked Gundy. I mean, Oklahoma State was never great, but every few years they'd put a run together and compete to get to 9 or 10 wins or something. And I don't know. They were, I don't know. They were a decent program. But the last few years, man, it's just been really bad. And you look at Gundy, like some of the things he says, his body language, that kind of thing. The guy's just checked out. He's uninterested. I don't know if it's like NIL and transfer portal situation, and he's just not he's not into today's college. I don't know what it is. It all started around COVID, but NIL and all that started around that same time too. So I don't know what the deal is, but he needs to walk away from college football and just become a right-wing podcaster or something. It seems like he's something he'd be more interested in. I think Auburn has a big chance at beating Oklahoma. I don't think they have a big chance. I think everybody's got some amount of a chance, but I don't think Auburn's got a big chance. They haven't been impressive to me. Their offensive line is bad. They haven't been able to throw the ball all year. Their defense is not good. They got to play on the road. Yeah, a Gundy and Dabo podcast sounds like something that could happen at any minute now. Yeah. It's just them sitting around crying about modern college football, the transfer portal, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or whatever the fuck her name is. They sit around talking. I mean, just one giant just complaint. They can call it the complaint podcast. Just sit around complaining about shit. Travis from Spartanburg can be host. It was Tyler. Tyler from Spartanburg. Yeah. Tyler. Tyler from Spartanburg was right, though, wasn't he? Yeah. Turns out Tyler from Spartanburg knew what he was talking about. Yeah, Gundy is off-brand Dabo. Somebody was saying that earlier. All right, let's see if Iowa's defense can finally do something here. They've yet to slow Rutgers down. Rutgers had the ball 3 times and scored all 3 times. Hey, Monk, you come check on me? You trying to figure out what the hell we doing in here? Huh? You trying to figure out what's going on in here, too? We'd been watching a different Auburn team. AU will clear it up tomorrow, 27-24. I don't know. I mean, I watched Auburn give up 600 yards to Baylor. I've watched them not be able to throw the ball all year. I've watched them not be able to protect Jackson Arnold all year. That's what I've seen. I don't know what you've seen. I just tuned into the games, and my God, Oklahoma State is down bad. Yeah, Jolis, that's pretty much what this stream has pretty much been a talk shit about Oklahoma State stream. I mean, they are horrifically bad. I was saying a few minutes ago, I watched about 10 minutes of the Oklahoma State-Oregon game, and I said, okay, this is about what I thought was going to happen, and I turned it off. So this is the most Oklahoma State I've watched, and they are as bad as people say. They are bad. Really, like, you can't overestimate really how bad they are. They're terrible. Terrible. First and 10 for Rutgers. They keep it on the ground, gain about 2, maybe 3. Second and 7 coming up now for Rutgers. 6.5 minutes to go in the first half, all tied at 21. The comment section bet has Iowa to win the first half. So they're going to have to get a defensive stop at some point in order for that to happen. Rutgers on the Iowa 50, so on the other side of the field here. 2nd and 7 on the Iowa 40. 3 wide. Snap. Play action. No, handoff. Fooled Uncle Lou. Gains about 6 yards. I thought the quarterback kept it. He didn't. He handed it off. Fooled me. Gain of 6. It's going to be 3rd and 1 now for Rutgers. Remember when Auburn beat number 1 UJ by 23? No. When was that? I just turned the game on and I see Iowa has 21 points. What the hell is happening? Well, they returned the opening kick for a touchdown. Iowa did, so that's where 7 of the points came from. And then they had two touchdown drives. But Rutgers has had the ball 3 times and scored all 3 times. And here they go again, another first down to the 30 of Iowa. So it's going to be 1st and 10 Rutgers on the Iowa 30. Iowa can't stop this Rutgers offense. That's alarming, isn't it? That has to be alarming. Who gets fired first, Mike Gundy or Billy Napier? Billy Napier. Gundy's been at Oklahoma State for so long, I don't know if they'll fire him during the season. They might let him quit after the season. Rutgers going deep. Nearly a one-handed catch, but it falls incomplete along the sideline. 2nd and 10 now for Rutgers. 4:44 to go in the first half, all tied at 21. When Gundy gets fired, he's going to get a show on OWN and blame wokeness for his firing. Yeah, the Complaint Podcast. Starring Dabo Swinney and Mike Gundy. And they're going to sit around and tell everybody how ruined college football is while it's busy making record ratings college football is. More people watched college football in the first 3 weeks of this season than any first 3 weeks in history. But Dabo and Gundy are going to sit around and tell you how dead college football is because they can't win games. They are going blame it on the devil. Gundy watching Little Giants in the locker room to study the annexation of Puerto Rico. All right, halftime of the Tulsa Oklahoma State game. Tulsa all over Oklahoma State, 16-3. They are really, really bad. So we'll see what happens in the second half, but it's not looking good for the Fighting Mike Gundys there. You're not an Auburn fan? Dabo called the internet the devil's playground a few years ago. Dabo literally has a playground in the players' lounge. Fucking slide, a ball pit. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I hope it doesn't have anything to do with his brother, though. That would be bad. That would be real bad. My team beats a different top 5 team every week. What team is that? They better get Icebox in the portal. Oh, from Little Giants. Is Mike ruining the mullet? I don't even think he has a mullet anymore. That might be part of the problem. Yeah, Dabo's brother likes him young. Gundy has won 1 game since week 3 of last year, and it was an FCS team. Oh, God, that's horrific, man. That is bad. That is bad. Dabo reminds me of the guy off of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Dabo's a Dapper Dan, man. I'm a Dapper Dan, man. How you doing? Good, good, good. Who's the Florida State? Who's the Florida State from last year? This year? Florida. I mean, there is no. If you're talking about going from 13 wins to 2 wins, nobody. But if you're talking about who's going 2-10 this year, Florida could go 2-10. Florida could go 1-9. I mean 1-11. Hey, Rutgers missed the field goal. The Pay-Lou situation might be okay. Rutgers had a chip shot field goal here and they missed it. How you missed that? Little 25, 30 yarder. Is that Tennessee's kicker? Might have been Tennessee's kicker out there. Still tied at 21, and Iowa's going to have a chance to get us a win here in the first half. If Iowa can go down and score here, we'll hit that first half bet. At Radically, you won't even tell us what your team is. LOL, sit down. Yeah, if there's somebody that won't tell you who their team is, you can't take them seriously. Dabo learned how to talk to the press from Jim Mora. Who is it that won't say who his team is? I can try to figure it out. Let's see. He's an Ohio State fan. He's an Ohio State fan. I can click on y'all's name and it shows me your comment history on this entire channel. He's an Ohio State fan. Texas is this year's FSU. Y'all aren't going to go 2-10. Y'all aren't as good as hyped up to be, but y'all aren't going to go 2-10. What's up, Auburn fan? Florida fans are going to be watching a lot of Walter Clayton highlights here pretty soon. Who's that? Oh, is that their basketball player? I'm not sure I've ever said who or made mention to who my team is. You're a Georgia fan. You're a Georgia fan. They were talking to me. Yeah, you're the Ohio State fan, and it looks like your profile picture is two guys kissing. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's a little odd. Is one of those guys you, or is that just two random strangers that happen to be guys kissing? Honestly, hated the SEC forever, but I root for Georgia now because of this channel. John Dickens says, guess my team. Well, I know you like Alice Cooper and Judas Priest. You're not a Bama fan. You're not a Florida fan. I can't tell on yours. I can't tell on yours. My favorite team is the Golden Hurricanes women's gymnastics. Lou, how was the third day after quitting smoking? I pretty much slept for the first 3 days, buddy, because I didn't trust myself to not give in. So the lady went to the store and bought me a bottle of NyQuil. And I'm not recommending this. I'm sure it's not a healthy thing to do. But I pretty much drank NyQuil for 3 days and just slept for 3 days when I quit smoking. Yeah, I'm sure there's better ways to do it, but that's what worked for me, so that's what I did. So, and I don't regret it. I don't regret it. Quitting smoking is one of the best things I ever did. I also started exercising at the same time I quit smoking so that I didn't gain a bunch of weight. Because that's the other thing you hear, that you quit smoking, you'll gain weight because you're hungrier or something, or you snack all the time or something. So I started exercising the same time I quit smoking to try to offset that. And I've actually lost about 6 or 7 pounds since I quit smoking. I'm a Bama fan, not afraid to admit it. No one should, anybody that won't tell you who they're a fan of, I mean, you really shouldn't even take them seriously in a college football discussion if they won't even tell you who their team is. I don't trust vaping because they lied for 50 years about cigarettes. You know, they lied to your face for 50 years about cigarettes, and they're probably doing the same thing now with vaping. So I've never vaped. Well, I say I've never vaped. I was in a car wreck 12 years ago, a bad car wreck. And I had to have like 5 or 6 surgeries in like a little bit over a year period. Within like a 14-month period, I had like 5 surgeries. And I was in and out of the hospital constantly and in the house. I was bedridden for a while because I had surgery on both my legs at the same time. So I didn't have the use of either of my legs for like 3 months. So I couldn't, I mean, it was bad. And I didn't want to smoke in the house. So I did vape for a little while then. But then I just went back to regular smoking. So when I quit smoking, I didn't go to vaping. I just quit. Iowa pass complete. Out of bounds around their own 40. Just under 2 minutes to go now in the first half. We've got Iowa to win the first half. And they're tied at 21 with the ball on their own 40. Just under 2 minutes to go. So we need Iowa to go down and score here. Field goal, touchdown, whatever. Any points will do. And we can cash a bet in the first half on this game. I didn't break both my legs. I broke my right leg and my left knee. I tore all the ligaments in my left knee. Broke my, what's the bone in your knee called? Your patella? Broke my patella. Tore all the ligaments in my left knee. Shattered my right ankle and broke the bone in the lower part of my leg, not my femur, the tibula and fibula, I think it was. So I broke my tibula and fibula on my right leg, shattered my right ankle on my right leg, tore all the ligaments in my left knee, and broke my patella in my left knee. And they didn't want to do both the surgeries at the same time, so they did my ankle first, then my leg, then my knee. But I couldn't, normally if you break your leg, you can go on crutches because you're walking on your other leg. I couldn't walk on my other leg because I didn't have any ligaments in my knee and my patella was broken. So I was bedridden basically for about 3 months. Like wheelchair for real. And then the knee surgery didn't work, so I had to have it twice. So that's how I ended up getting to 5 surgeries or whatever it was. They tried to repair my knee, and that didn't work. So they ended up having to take my knee out, and they gave me this dead guy's knee. They said he didn't need it anymore, so they gave it to me. So I don't have a fake knee. I have somebody else's real knee. And my right leg my right leg was so bad it can't be fixed. It'll never heal. My right leg is still broken today in 2 places. It's held together by titanium plates and screws, but there's a gap in my leg bone about 3/8 or 3/4 of an inch long where the bones doesn't, it used to be connected, it broke, and it never fused. So they had to do titanium plates and screws to keep it together. Which is the joke I make all the time, that my legs don't work. Like, I can't really run. Or if I do run, it looks really funny. Do the screws go off in airports? I don't. It's yes, they do. But the imaging things that they have now are not standard metal detectors. When you go to the airport and they make you do this in that booth, and the thing scans you 360 degrees. Those things are so good that they can tell. I have a card that you're supposed to show when you go to the airport that tells them you have titanium in your leg so that they'll let you on the plane. I've never even had to show it. Those scanners are so good that they can see what it is in there. So they've never even asked to see the card. Iowa had to punt the ball, so deadbeats, didn't score. So we're going to have a push most likely in this first half bet. So we'll roll it over to the second half. So most likely we're going to go to halftime tied at 21. So let's do the we'll say who wins the game, and I'll put a bet in at halftime. It's going to be tied at halftime, 21-21, on the road at Rutgers. Iowa and Rutgers at Rutgers. Who wins the game? I'll leave that poll up for a couple of minutes, and then when we go to halftime, I'll put a bet in on the second half. Damn, Lou, you're lucky to be... Well, I am lucky. My head went through the windshield. I broke my neck, too, but... I don't understand, really, but... the broken neck was the least bad thing that happened to me. They didn't even do any surgery on my neck. I had to wear one of those things for like 6 weeks. But they didn't have to do any surgery on my... The surgery to fix my neck was more dangerous than the injury to my... I'm not supposed to ride roller coasters and shit like that is what they told me, but I've done it anyway because I'm an idiot. You know, take my kids to Six Flags or whatever. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Yeah, neck collar. You ever seen people that break their neck and they have the halo thing around their neck? You know what I'm talking about? I didn't have that around my neck. I had it on my leg. I had a halo on my right leg. There were rods. There were titanium rods this long connected to a halo around my right leg that went through you can still see the hole in my leg in like 2 or 3 places where the rods went through to stabilize my tibia and my fibula. But I had a halo around my leg, so I could only sleep on my back, and I had to have my foot propped up on this thing. Well, not my foot. I had to have like the right under my knee propped up on the... It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. Probably the worst time of my life, honestly. It was bad. I think I have a picture somewhere I can show you. If I can find it. I have a picture somewhere, but I don't know if I'll be able to find it. So many old pictures on here. Yeah, I can't find it. I've got some pictures somewhere. I'll have to look for them off stream one day and try to find them, and I'll show them to y'all. But that car accident is what made me start YouTube. Because I was at home, I couldn't work, didn't have anything to do. That's when I started YouTube. It was right after that car wreck, or maybe 6 months after, a year after, something like that. Yeah, I can't find a picture. I can't find it. What is Iowa doing? What is Iowa doing? Is there any time left? Iowa just returned a punt down inside the 15, but is there any time left, though? Is there any time left? Are they going to pay Lou? Oh, shit. Halftime. Almost, though. Almost. All right, we'll put a bet in for the second half, though. 21-21 your score at halftime. Iowa and Rutgers all tied up. Game at Rutgers tonight. Yeah, I'm lucky to be alive, honestly. Luckily, nobody else got hurt. It was a one-car accident. I was in a Tahoe, and I had my phone on the center. There's a little center console with a little cubby thing. It had the phone sitting right there. And I took a turn, and my phone slid off the console onto the passenger seat floorboard. Now, keep in mind, I was like maybe 2 minutes from my house. I didn't need my phone for anything. I could have left it on the floorboard. I didn't need it. But it fell on the floorboard, and for some reason, I was like, well, I'll reach down there and get it. So I was driving, left hand on the wheel, phone on the floorboard down there in a Tahoe. I leaned down like this to get my phone, and while I was leaned down to try to get my phone, I felt my right tires hit the curb on the right side of the road, and I overcorrected, and I shot across the other lane into a yard and hit like this 200-year-old oak tree that was about this big around, head on, and it completely crumpled the car. The whole engine bay, everything crumpled in on my legs. When I reached down to get the phone, I came out from underneath the shoulder belt, but I still had the lap belt part on. So when I hit the tree, I came to a dead stop. The tree didn't move. It didn't so much as knock a piece of bark off that tree. It came to a sudden stop, and when I did, I came up out of the seat, and that's when my head went through the windshield. I didn't get ejected from the car because I had the lap belt on, but I had came out from underneath the shoulder belt to reach down to get the phone, and my head went through the windshield. I had glass. I spent a week with tweezers picking shards of glass out of the side of my face after I got out of the hospital. It was bad. It was really bad. What they doing? I want to figure out what they doing. What they doing? Want to watch the games? It's halftime. Those are just commercials. Oh, you don't like that, do you? Yeah, I was lucky. Yeah, I was lucky. And so I had two nephews that lived down the street from me at the time. Literally lived 3 or 4 houses down. And this happened, when did this happen? This happened in like March, I think. Yeah, happened in March. And they started coming down to like check on me all the time or whatever on the weekends. And then when school got out that summer, they basically lived down there because I was in a wheelchair. I couldn't do shit. I was in a wheelchair. So they'd get up in the morning and they'd come to my house and they'd stay there all day. And they were all into YouTube. They didn't have YouTube channels. They were 8 years old and 10 years old, I think, at the time, something like that. But all they did all day long was sit around watching YouTube. I knew nothing about YouTube really at the time. And they had been wanting to make a YouTube channel, and their mom wouldn't let them make a YouTube channel. So they talked me into making a YouTube channel that they could upload videos to. And that was how I first got introduced to YouTube. And then back then I wasn't even doing football videos. I was making like, I don't even know what you would call it. I don't even know what you'd call it. Just these pointless, kind of just rambling videos. And in one of my videos, I was sitting on my back porch, screened in porch, doing a video one time. And in the background, there was a Georgia flag. And somebody left a comment on the video that said, hey, I see the Georgia flag in the background. You ought to start making college football videos. There's some people that are making college football videos. You should start doing that. And so I said, oh, okay. So I started making football videos, and that's when people started watching. So eventually I just started making only football videos. And the person who left that comment was Law Tide, who is still on YouTube today. He's an Alabama fan. He makes Alabama videos, and somehow he stumbled across one of those old ass early Uncle Lou videos and saw that Georgia flag and was like, hey, you ought to start. I didn't even know there was people talking about college football on YouTube. I had no idea. And he was like, yeah, check this person out and that person. And so like BVD, he was like, yeah, there's this guy BVD, makes Tennessee videos, and there was a whole list of them. And so I started watching their videos about college football, and that's when I started making college football videos. And the rest is history. Damn, no wonder you don't like playing darts. Jay, I have a dartboard in my garage, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Thank you, Jay. H Post, sorry I missed that super chat earlier. He says, Sam Houston is such dog shit that if Texas doesn't score 50 on them, our season is over. Damn. 50, huh? James Cooper, thank you for the super chat. He says, Lou, I'm just now getting into betting. I've got $50 on Illinois on the money line. They're at plus 250. Kind of surprised Indiana is favored. I took Illinois in that one too. I'm only going to tell you this because you're new to betting. You can take or leave this advice. You can do whatever you want to with this advice. If I'm going to take an underdog on the money line, like let's say Illinois, then what I'll do is I normally bet $25 or $50 a game. Okay? So if I like Illinois, I'll bet $50 on Illinois plus the points. And then if I think they could win the game, I'll bet half of that on the money line. So I'll if $50 is what I normally bet, I'll bet $50 on Illinois plus 4. And then I'll bet $25 Illinois on the money line. That way, if Illinois loses the game, but they only lose by 3, I still made money because my $50 bet is on the plus 4. Money line was only 25. But you do it any way you want. But that's how the only real way to get ahead in gambling is to win some money line bets on the underdog, because you eat up the juice that you lose on spread bets. But I like that bet. I bet on it on Illinois too. I've got Illinois plus the points. I didn't bet the money line, but I've got Illinois plus the points. I think they can win the game. Tinfoil Hat Lou was a great Lou. I love doing those videos, but people took them too seriously. I had to stop doing them. People were legitimately getting mad. So I had to stop doing them. BVD, I'm pretty sure, is the first ever sports YouTube channel. I have no idea. I know a lot of people started doing sports on YouTube in 2009, 2008. I don't know who the first one was. I have no idea. The DirecTV prank call video about them not offering some service is one of my favorites. It's not even a prank call, though. That's what makes it so good. That's not a prank call. That's a legitimate phone call. That's me legitimately mad because I had DirecTV and the SEC network was getting ready to launch, and DirecTV wasn't going to carry the SEC network. They were having a programming dispute. So those weren't even prank calls. Those were me legitimately calling DirecTV and yelling at them about the SEC network. Whatever happened to Mean Bean, I have no idea. I haven't seen him in 10 years. Mean Bean. The other white meat. Who do you got in the Catholics versus Purdue game tomorrow? I think Notre Dame will win that one. I'm not betting it. Like the spread, but I do think Notre Dame will win. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that baby that lifted up that dresser. I forgot about that. God, that's an old video there. Those are the kind of videos I used to make. Weird stories in the news, and then I would come on and talk about them. Like that. Yeah, there was a nanny cam video that went viral about 10 years ago of this infant in his room, and he was trying to crawl up on his dresser, and the dresser fell on top of him. Another infant came over there, superhuman strength. I mean, this kid couldn't have been 18 months old, and he comes over there and he lifts the dresser off the other kid. I remember that, and I made a video about that. Yeah, super baby. Yeah, I remember that. Lou, didn't you call a congressman or something over the DirecTV TV deal too? No, I called the congressman and the president of the United States and everybody in between when they were threatening to cancel the football season because of COVID. I called both my United States senators in the state of Georgia. I called my congressman in the locally, U.S. congressman from my district, and I called the White House multiple times. Multiple times. I never got through to the president or the vice president, but I left messages. Yeah, I did. Those videos are still on my channel somewhere. Will you do another things that irritate me video? Yeah, I will, Thomas. The thing about the back then, live streaming wasn't a thing on YouTube when I first started YouTube. I mean, you could live stream on YouTube, but it wasn't nearly as popular or kind of the thing to do like it is now. So like now on live streams, I talk about things that irritate me all the time. So that's why I haven't made a video. But yeah, those types of things I like to do in the off season because you have more time. There's not a lot of football going on. But those are fun videos to make. What happened to my wrench, Lou? My channel got hacked, and whoever hacked it deleted my channel. And I was able to get the channel back through YouTube. But when I got my channel back, all the moderators had been reset. So I have to hand the wrenches back out again on Patreon stream. So I did a Patreon stream yesterday to hand wrenches out. The next Patreon stream will be tomorrow night at 7. And you'll have to just, you know the deal, just drop by, leave a comment, and you get your wrench over there on the Patreon stream. Hey Lou, just saying what's up. I'm in Japan for a week. Oh yeah? Vacation or work? Or both? Are you going to stream the afternoon games? I don't think so. No, I might, but I don't know. I stream on Patreon every Saturday, and then sometimes I'll stream an additional time slot on YouTube, but not every Saturday. But I might do it tomorrow because there are some good games, but I haven't decided if I'll do it yet or which time slot. So by the time I go on at 9 in the morning for the kickoff show, though, I'll make a decision on that. Can't wait for the Ohio State segment of the year season. Oklahoma State. I keep seeing OSU and thinking y'all are talking about Ohio State, but then when I realize what you're saying, I'm like, oh, got to be Oklahoma State. Yeah, Oklahoma State is that bad. They are just horrendously bad. They are really bad. Wins the $1,000 giveaway? Yeah, I'm giving $1,000 away on Patreon. $1,000. So if you've ever thought about joining the Patreon page, but for whatever reason you didn't, now might be a good time to do it. I'm giving away $1,000. I'm not giving it away tomorrow, just so I don't want anybody to accuse me of anything. I'm not giving it away tomorrow, but I will tell y'all tomorrow on the Patreon stream what we're doing for that. But yes, I am giving away $1,000 on Patreon. And I'll tell you tomorrow night during the Patreon stream how we're going to do that. Is the giveaway going to be rigged too? It's always rigged for whoever doesn't win. So yes. Civil War game is on at 3 your time on Big Ten Net. Yeah, Oregon's gonna win that game by 50. I mean, Oregon and Oregon State fans will watch that game. Nobody else is gonna watch that game. Oregon State is bad. No one's gonna watch Oregon until the week after that when they play on the road at Penn State. That's when people will watch Oregon. Jesus is the only way to the Father in heaven. Well, to you maybe, yeah, but I mean, depending on what somebody else's religion is, they might think something different. That's the thing about your religion; it's yours. So let's keep it that way. I promise not to come knock on your door and try to convince you otherwise. And I would appreciate the same in return. Who gets fired first, Billy Napier or Mike Gundy? Billy Napier. I don't think they'll fire Gundy during the season just because he's been there for so long. I think they'll give him the courtesy of quitting at the end of the year or something. But if this keeps up over the course of the season, then I do think this will be his last year there. Do you remember the guy who kept typing Jesus is king? Maybe. I don't know. A lot of stuff like that's happened. I don't know if I remember that specifically. This is America, free country, freedom of speech. Freedom of speech protects you from prosecution from the government. It doesn't give you any protection here at all. There is no freedom of speech here. This channel is a dictatorship ran by me. There is no freedom of speech here. See, watch this. See how that guy just typed something and then I deleted it? There is no freedom of speech here. Freedom of speech protects you from the government. It doesn't protect you from the internet or from Uncle Lou. You need to go back and reread your civics book from middle school. If you go to work tomorrow and tell your boss to go fuck himself, you're probably going to get fired. It doesn't matter how much you cry about freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, it protects you from getting arrested and thrown in jail or whatever from the government. It doesn't do shit around here for you. I'm not the government, so I don't have to give you freedom of speech. I'm the only one that has freedom of speech on this channel. What's up, TD Dogs? Ain't no freedom on YouTube, bitches. Well, you're free to watch or not. Uncle Lou is the best, sir. Drugs, sir. Thank you, Mike Porter and Brian Gentry, for the super chats. Yeah, Mike Gundy needs to hang it up. Mike Gundy needs to hang it up. Jolis, thank you for the super chat. He said, I'm not going to lie, you'd think Notre Dame would have a single win if God and Jesus was on their side. God is an Alabama fan. That's been established a long time ago. God gave Alabama the gift of football because he didn't give them anything else. I used to think you were an asshole. You are, but you're a really good dude and you make college football better. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you, Garrett. No, I'm going to go with Penn State to win next week unless they lose this week. Or do they even play this week? So no, I'm not going to change my mind. I mean, Oregon has looked better through the first couple of weeks of the season, but as long as Penn State is undefeated, I'm going to stick with that pick. I demand you give me my freedom to troll, sir. Well, I did away with a no trolling thing. Remember it used to say trolling not allowed or whatever it said down there? Now it's allowed, it's just that it's frowned upon, you know? God didn't give South Bend, Indiana much else either. Good point. Good point. That is a fair point. Do you think Southern Cal is a dark horse for the playoffs this year? I have zero belief or faith in any Lincoln Riley team until I'm proven wrong. Tulsa versus Oklahoma State is a shit show. Yeah, Oklahoma State is as bad as advertised. They really are. They're down 19-3, almost the end of the third quarter. Now, they are driving here, so maybe they can finally score. They're down in the red zone. We'll see if they're able to do anything with it. Can Oklahoma State and UCLA just cancel the rest of their seasons? I hope not, because it's entertaining to watch them lose, especially UCLA. I don't really get any joy out of watching the Oklahoma State be bad. I don't have anything against Oklahoma State or Gundy or any of their players or anything like that. UCLA, it is fun to watch lose because of the Nico deal. So I do enjoy watching UCLA lose. Second and 7, no game. It's going to be 3rd and 7 for Oklahoma State down in the red zone. Do you see UCLA getting a single win this year? Right now, I'll say yes, just because, just like I have this general kind of idea that it's really hard to go 12-0, it's equally as hard, I think, to go 0-12. But there's a possibility. You know, there's a possibility. Southern Cal is a dark horse to have a defense this year, says David Cochran. I mean, that's the thing is, until I see Southern Cal with a legitimate defense, I'm not going to pick them to win enough games to be a threat in the Big Ten. So they'll have some opportunities to change my mind coming up. And look, if I'm wrong about a team, I'll come on here and say it, like with Missouri. I didn't think Missouri was going to be any good this year. And it turns out they're probably better than they were either of the last 2 years, where they won 9 and 10 games. They look really good. I don't have a problem admitting when I'm wrong. When you do 40, 50 predictions or whatever over the course of a 6-month offseason, of course some of them are going to be wrong. So Southern Cal could end up having a legitimate defense and becoming a threat to make the playoffs. And the minute that happens, I'll have to come on here and say I was wrong. But it hasn't happened yet because they haven't played anybody. I thought Kansas State was winning the Big 12. Turns out they can't win a game. I mean, and I've been gave up on that and admitted I was wrong 3 weeks ago. So, I mean, it could happen with Southern Cal, but until it does happen, I'm not predicting it to happen. Well, everybody said Tennessee downgraded, including Tennessee fans. I mean, no one thought, most Tennessee fans didn't even think Joey Aguilar was going to start, much less be as good as he is. So it's not like you can blame that on everybody else, and somehow Tennessee fans were the only one that knew that Joey Aguilar was going to be a great quarterback, even though he sucked for the first 6 years of his college career. I mean, he was dog shit for 6 years. And I still think Tennessee's going 8-4. Joey Aguilar's better than I thought he would be, but I still have Tennessee at 8-4. I haven't changed my prediction on them. I think they're going to lose at Bama, lose at home to Oklahoma, and lose one other game, probably on the road at Florida. Am I worried about the Georgia defense? Not overall. I'm worried against Bama because Bama, if they give Ty Simpson time to sit in the pocket, he's shown over the last 2 weeks that he can throw the ball, and they've got legitimate wide receivers, so it could be a Tennessee situation. But even if you go back and look at the Tennessee game, I mean, this is still bad what I'm about to say, but a lot of those big plays Tennessee had, the Georgia DB was right there. It's not like he got burned or whatever. There was several of those big plays, the DB was right there, and he just got turned around, didn't find the ball, whatever. Got to get that fixed. But there were also some plays in that Tennessee game where the wide receivers were just running wide open. Those are a bigger problem. But just like I blindly don't trust Lincoln Riley when it comes to defense, I blindly trust Kirby when it comes to defense. So I think they'll improve. Georgia's defense has been awful in big games under Kirby. That might be one of the dumbest statements anybody's ever typed on the internet. They gave up 11 points a game in 2021 to best defense in college football history. Then had 15 players drafted off that team and then went undefeated and won the Natty again the following year. That's like saying Ohio State's got no offense and Ryan Day sucks as an offensive guy because they barely scored on Texas in week 1. Start of the fourth quarter and Oklahoma State still has not scored a touchdown. It's 19-3. They're losing at home to Tulsa. And Gundy's got a bad case of the sweats there. I don't know what kind of hair gel he's got going on there either. Can you figure that out?
What? What are you talking about?
Mike Gundy. Yeah, Mike Gundy is in a bad way. 3rd and 6 for Oklahoma State. They're on the 10-yard line. Let's see if they can score here. Snap, back to throw. Caught. Breaks a tackle, out of bounds at the 1. 1st and goal, Oklahoma State at the 1. Or are they going to say he stepped out? He definitely got the first down. So it's going to be 1st and goal from somewhere. Should have been tackled short of the first down. Guy broke a tackle. Yeah, I think he's going to be down there around the 1 or the 2-yard line. 1st and goal, Oklahoma State, but they're down 19-3 in the fourth quarter. If Sunbelt Billy and G5 Joey teamed up, would they win the ACC at SMU after Lashley goes to Arkansas? There's a lot going on there, so I'm just going to say no. All of that is not happening. Lashley to Arkansas is interesting, though. Aren't they just going to give the keys to Bobby Petrino at Arkansas if they get rid of Pittman? Isn't that why he's there? I'd love to see Rhett Lashley come to the SEC and go 4-8, though, since he ran his fat fucking mouth about how easy the SEC is. Nothing would make me happier than to seeing him or Kurt Signetti or one of these other dumbasses come down to the SEC and go 4-8 every year. I'd love to see that. I miss Iowa having a good defense. That was the one thing I actually enjoyed from them. Also, they're good tight ends. Yeah, they've had a good defense this year. But boy, they didn't look good in the first half of this one. They gave up 3 touchdown drives, and Rutgers made it look pretty easy for the most part. They finally played some defense at the end of the second quarter. Iowa did. And we'll see what happens here in the second half. We're tied at 21. We never put the bet in for... Y'all didn't remind me. Y'all are fired. We're going to have to live bet it now. We were supposed to put a bet in at halftime for Iowa to win the game. We didn't do it. So now we're going to have to put a live bet in. Let me see what the odds are on the live bet for Iowa. Iowa minus 2.5. We'll take Iowa minus 2.5. Fuck it. Processing the bet. And bet accepted. All right, we've got Iowa minus 2.5. And we've got Tulsa plus 10. So that looks like a gimme. 4th and 1. Oklahoma State goes for it and scores. They finally score a touchdown with 14 minutes and 14 seconds to go in the game. They're still going to be down more than a touchdown. Iowa on 3rd and 10 pass complete, but well short of the first down. Out of bounds around the 18. It's going to be 4th down, and they'll have to settle for a field goal here. Dripped Up Vol says, I think we beat Bama. To my Tennessee? I don't know. I got to see Tennessee win on the road before I believe that. Tennessee has a hard time winning on the road. Would Kiffin actually go to Florida? I wouldn't if I was him. In the age of a 12-team playoff, probably about to go to 14, I don't know why you'd leave Ole Miss to go to Florida. But if they offer him enough money, he might think about it. Lou, bottom of the barrel bowl, who you got? Oklahoma State or Florida? I'd probably take Florida. Look, Oklahoma State can't score on Tulsa. You say what you want about Florida, but they've played good defense this year. Florida's only given up, 2 touchdowns in 3 games? Yet they're 1-2. I mean, that's bad. But their defense has been okay. Ohio State fans, king of excuses. Yeah, every time Ohio State loses a game, they got a list of excuses a mile long. Somebody got hurt, or the weather was wrong, or the hash marks are too wide, or not wide enough. Rutgers for the win? I hope not. We just put a bet in on Iowa. UCLA should build an on-campus stadium. Is there any room? I mean, I agree. I think everybody should have an on-campus stadium, but I don't know if there's any room there. They've been playing in the Rose Bowl for a while. We won at Oklahoma and Vandy last year. Yeah, 2 terrible teams. Congratulations. You also lost at Arkansas in every other road game you played. Georgia. Lost to Florida the year before that on the road. Ooh, don't you know Ohio State has never lost a game on their own? Yeah, well, listening to them tell it, yeah. 19-9 is the score, a 10-point lead for Tulsa with 14 minutes to go in the game. Oklahoma State's going to be kicking off after finally scoring a touchdown. Ohio State's nut-sized heads don't fit through the door. Buck nut. Homeless people won't even eat a buck nut. Raccoons won't even eat it.
Aren't they poisonous?
I don't know, but I know nobody will eat them. They're dog shit. Oklahoma State going for 2, no good. So 19-9, a 10-point lead for Tulsa. For Tulsa, they're getting ready to kick off. I'd like to see a game between Oak State and UCLA. Yeah, a couple people have mentioned that. Oak State, UCLA, Florida, whatever you think the worst teams are. The Oak State Stadium looks like FSU's stadium last year. Was it empty? I missed the aerial shot or whatever. I'm assuming it's empty, though. Is that what you're saying? Rutgers pass complete on second down. Picks up about 6, maybe 7. Third down coming up now for Rutgers. Still tied at 21. I guess I wasn't paying attention. I guess Iowa must have missed that field goal. That's awesome. Right after we bet Iowa, they missed a field goal. That's amazing. Literally the play after we bet Iowa, they missed a field goal. Wow. That's unbelievable. 3rd and 4 for Rutgers. They're on their own 28. They're in a shotgun now. Lose predictions for Bama and Georgia. I got Bama in that one. Back to throw. Incomplete. Good defense that time. Is going to force a punt. 3 and out for Rutgers. Finally, Iowa's defense decided to show up. I have no idea how LSU is 3rd. They're not 3rd. They're 4th. LSU's 4th. Yeah, we pushed the first half bet. Didn't win, didn't lose. It was a push. It looks like we're going to win the Tulsa bet. We've got Tulsa plus 10. We're probably going to lose. Is this roughing the kicker on Iowa? God damn. I think they're going to get Iowa roughing the kicker. Anyway, we're probably going to lose the under bet in the Iowa-Rutgers game. And we've got a second half bet, Iowa minus 2.5. So we'll see how we do. Uncle Lou reaction to the new Spider-Man movie. I haven't seen it. I didn't even know there was a new one out. Gundy looking forward to Dancing with the Stars. Is he going on Dancing with the Stars? God dang. Ugh. Georgia's beating Bama by 24? I mean, I'll take a 1-point win. Where's Burgle? Right there. Burgle right there. Her usual spot. Monkey was in here a little while ago, but I picked her up and she got mad and left. Florida fan, going to game tomorrow. Pray for me, says Brett Brown. Well, there was another somebody else in here that's that's an Auburn fan that's going to the Oklahoma game. So I'll tell you the same thing I told them. I hope you have a great time and enjoy the experience. Because I don't think you're gonna like the outcome of the game as far as the score, but I hope you have a great time at the game. That's a great game to go to. I actually picked some Buckeyes off the ground on campus. Their shells are prickly like a cactus. I stayed away from those fucking things when I was there. I didn't mess with them. I went traipsing around the Ohio State campus, though. Made a video up there. I think I made a couple of videos there, right outside the stadium where the practice field is, right outside the stadium. Still says LSU is 3rd in the AP top 2. Oh, I don't know nothing about the AP poll. The AP poll doesn't matter. The only polls that matter are my poll and the playoff poll. Playoff poll's not out yet. My poll, LSU's 4th, not 3rd. Good morning. Just had a 17-hour day. Damn. That is a long day. Get you some sleep, man, because you got to have great games tomorrow. Long day tomorrow. So you better get you some sleep tonight. Pastor Dave, what's up, sir? Lou, you need to make it up to a game at the Big House someday. I didn't go to a game at Ohio State. It was an away game. I was there on a weekend, but it was an away game. I was there during, I was there during Thanksgiving when, and they were playing at Michigan, I guess, that weekend. So the campus was kind of dead. You'd have LSU at 7th. So you'd have what? Florida State ahead of them, Penn State, Georgia. I mean, I can see having LSU 7, move them behind Georgia, Penn State, Florida State, maybe even Illinois if Illinois beats Indiana tomorrow. If Oklahoma beats Auburn, you might move LSU way down. Andrew says, I'm an Augusta local. Have you ever thought about hosting a watch party / meet and greet? Also, who would you take in a fight between Haynes King and Chuck Norris? I'd probably still have to go with Chuck Norris in a street fight. But in a football game, of course, I'd take Haynes King. If it's 3rd and 4, I'll take Haynes King over Chuck Norris every single time. Every single time. As far as the watch parties go, I used to do that. I would go to, I did it a couple of years in a row for the Georgia Tech game. I went to Wild Wings one year. I forget where else I went. And people would meet me up there to watch the games. But to be honest with you, now that I do this full time, I can't really afford to do that because I have to work every Saturday. So I try not to, that's why I don't go to any games anymore too. Because I have to work every Saturday. But if you're in the Augusta area, I mean, we can get together sometime if you want to go to lunch or something like that. Just if you email me, we could set something up for sure, but probably not on a game day. Is OSU's bye still excited for tomorrow's slate? Oh, it's Ohio State's bye. Still excited for tomorrow's slate. Yeah, well, that's one of the advantages of being a college football fan with a favorite team, as opposed to just being a fan of a team where you don't watch anything else, is that even when your team is on a bye week, or if your team doesn't make the playoffs or whatever it is, you still have the excitement of watching college football. Yeah, I'm the same way. Georgia's first 2 games of the season were basically bye weeks. I mean, they were nothing games. There was no reason to be excited about Georgia's first 2 games, but I was still excited to watch football all day long, week 1 and 2. We will find out about Miami tomorrow. You haven't found out about them yet? They beat Notre Dame in South Florida. Pretty sure we found out about Miami. Still tied at 21. Iowa has the ball. 7:45 to go in the third quarter. No scoring yet in the second half. Mike Gundy's out here dying a slow death. Yeah. So they need to put him out of his misery, don't they? I think this will be his last year there. I do think this will be his last year there. Iowa backed up now on their own 7-yard line, 3rd and 7. Shotgun, 3 wide to the bottom, 1 up top. Back to throw. No, it's going to be a draw, but nowhere to go. Drop for a loss all the way back on his 2-yard line. And now Iowa going to be punting from the back of their own end zone here. Dangerous spot here for Iowa. I got free tickets to the UAB game tomorrow at lower level near the goalpost, going with my dad and my nephew and his friend. Gonna be a blast. Yeah, y'all have fun, man. Promotion, relegation in college football, Oak State to the Mountain West. Yeah, that'll never happen because of the money involved in the TV contracts. But we do talk about that sometimes in the off season, like which teams would you relegate from year to year, and which ones would you move up? That has been a topic of discussion around here several off seasons, but I don't think it'll ever happen. Yeah, this Iowa quarterback was pretty successful. Now, it was in the FCS, but he threw the ball all over the place, but gets to Iowa and acts like he doesn't know what he's doing. It is weird. It is weird. Any of y'all put any sleeper plays for tomorrow? I put one in. I put one in. I'll probably put another one in tomorrow morning on the 9 a.m. show. Where is, let's turn this on. There's no scoring in the game. Might as well find something to do. Something else to bet on is always a good idea. I'll show you the play I put in for tomorrow. Yeah, that way y'all control me when it doesn't hit. But I went 2 for 2 last week. I did 2 sleeper plays last week, and I hit them both. So I don't know. Maybe I can keep it going. All right, where is it? Here we go. All right. My picks. I've got Dylan Raiola, Nebraska quarterback. They play Michigan. I've got Dylan Raiola less than 224 passing yards. I've got John Mateer, the Oklahoma quarterback. They play Auburn. I've got him over 248 passing yards. And I've got DJ Wagway-Wu, Florida quarterback. They play at Miami. Less than 218 passing yards. Am I hitting that or no? Am I hitting that or no? Let's see what else is on here. College football. Bryce Underwood, Michigan quarterback, they're at Nebraska. His passing number is at 180. He's not passing for 180 at Nebraska, I don't think, is he? That might be an underplay there. Carson Beck, 273.5. I think that's probably less. I think he probably goes under that tomorrow against Miami. Jackson Arnold, more or less than 42 rushing yards. Boy, he better have more if Auburn's got any chance at all, because he sure can't throw the ball. Dan Pierre, the quarterback for Utah, more or less than 1.5 passing touchdowns. Look at this play, a big play by Rutgers. Wow, what a catch. That's bad for the pay-lose situation, but that was a hell of a play there in that Rutgers game. Arch Manning, more or less than 28 rushing yards. He's a trash can. Anyway. We'll see if I can hit another one this week. Hit 2 of them last week. Went 2 for 2, so we'll see if I can hit any this week. Any of y'all hit any yet on the sleeper app? Download the app, use that promo code Lou, and on your first deposit, they're going to match your deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. So download the sleeper app, promo code Lou, deposit $100, they'll give you another $100. Deposit $50, they'll give you another $50 on your first deposit there. And have yourself some fun watching these college football games tomorrow. Maybe win some money. You can stack your plays too. I did 3 picks in my play. But you can do 4, 5, 6, however many you want. You win up to 1,000 times your money on there. So, I don't know. Roll the dice, see what you can do. Y'all didn't tell me I didn't have the scores on the screen either. Normally, y'all tell me right away. I didn't even have the scores up there. So I got the scores up on the screen now. Jolish, thank you for the super chat. He says, if Vandy beats Bama in Tuscaloosa and or LSU at home, where do the expectations go for them within the year? If Bama is undefeated and beats Alabama, they'll be in the top 5. I don't know if they'll pull that off, but at this point, Vandy's expectations should be to try to make the 12-team playoff this year. I don't think they will, but I think that should be their goal. Every time I look at this Oklahoma State game, Oklahoma State is doing something bad. An incomplete pass that's not even close. Now punting, and it's 4th and 15. I mean, they're horrible. 19-9, they're losing at home to a lower classification in-state school, Tulsa. This is Florida levels of bad. Oak State punts it away with 8 minutes to go. There's a commercial in the Iowa-Rutgers game. Diego Poverty said, Natty, Vandy's got a 0% chance of winning a national title. 0. Indiana as a 6.5-point favorite over Illinois tomorrow. Am I missing something? Might bet my life savings on Illinois. Lock of the week. Don't ever bet your life savings on anything. But I also bet on Illinois tomorrow. I took Illinois. So I think it's a good bet, but I lose bets all the time that I think are good. So obviously, no, don't bet your life savings. But I do like Illinois. You think Vandy makes the playoffs? No, I don't. No, I don't. It'd be a great story if they did, though. Florida hires Josh Pate as what, lead cheerleader? He's Florida's biggest cheerleader on the planet, that Josh Pate. He thinks they're good every year. Tulsa is also 1-2, like they aren't even that good. Yeah, this is. You can't overestimate how bad this is for Oklahoma State. This is really bad. This is worse than getting beat by 60 points by Oregon. This is worse than that. Just because of who they're playing and it's at home. It's really bad. Illinois is going to beat the brakes off the Fighting Signettis. Wouldn't hurt my feelings. I'm ready to see Indiana. Well, I'm ready to see Signetti lose some games. Not necessarily Indiana. It just so happens he's the coach at Indiana. But I'm ready to see Signetti lose some games. I'm not going to lie to you there. Rutgers into the end zone, incomplete. That was second down. It's going to be 3rd and 8 now for Rutgers. 4:38 to go in the third quarter. It seems like this third quarter has lasted forever, doesn't it? How did Oklahoma State turn into this dumpster fire of a team? Their head coach stopped caring about college football 4 years ago. That's what happened. 5 years ago now. I don't know what happened to him. Something happened to Mike Gundy during COVID, and his brain turned into a bowl of mashed potatoes. And ever since then, they just hadn't been it. I can't believe Josh Pate has Notre Dame ranked 7th. Well, he doesn't have them ranked 7th. He's got them power rated 7th. Rutgers completes a pass and then gets tackled by the Grass Monster. The Grass Monster remains undefeated. Brings down the Rutgers wide receiver for a gain of 2. And it's going to be 4th down. Rutgers will have to kick a field goal. Josh Pate doesn't have Notre Dame ranked at all. He's got them power rated in the top 10. All right, 4 minutes to go. Chip shot field goal coming up for Rutgers, a 29-yarder. But Iowa had a chip shot a few minutes ago and missed it. So let's see here. From the right hash, 29-yard attempt. Snap, hold, kick, blocked. Pick it up and score, dummy. They didn't pick it up and score, but they blocked the kick. So we are still tied at 21. Iowa special teams coming through big time in this game. They opened up the game, if you didn't see it. The opening kickoff of the game, Iowa returned 100 yards for a touchdown. And now they block a field goal to keep the game tied at 21. I noticed with Arch Manning, if he was such a great QB as the media hypes him up to be, why didn't he go for the starting job when Ewers was there? Hold on a second. I'm trying to take you seriously, Michael Stevens, and thank you for the super chat. But are you suggesting that there's any player in college football, much less Arch Manning, who didn't start last year because they didn't want to? If he was such a great QB, why didn't he go for the starting job when Ewers was there? You think Arch Manning didn't want to start? You know it's not up to the players who plays, right? Like that's one of the coach's responsibilities is to pick the starters.
Huh?
Are you trolling me?
Probably.
I mean, trolling is allowed here, but it's of course frowned upon. If Arch Manning is so good, why didn't he go for the starting job last year? And then there's also the other possibility, which is that what you meant to say is if he was so good last year, why didn't he take Quinn Ewers' place as the starter? That's the other possibility that you meant to say. Now, that means that every player that's ever played college football you would have to say the same thing. So, like, for example, Joe Burrow. If Joe Burrow was so good, why didn't he start his freshman year? Um, and I could do that for a million players. Like, just because someone doesn't play because he's behind somebody else who's been the starter for 2 years, that doesn't mean that the guy that's not playing isn't any good and won't eventually be better than the guy he was behind. Like, this happens in college football 1,000 times a year. 2,000 times a year. Like, people leave college all the time and then the backup becomes the starter. Sometimes the backup ends up being better than last year's starter. Sometimes the backup ends up being worse than last year's starter. But like the idea that just because he didn't start last year net automatically means he's not going to be any good this year, that's just not how it works. That's not how it works. Like Gunnar Stockton is a good quarterback at Georgia, but he didn't play last year. Gunnar Stockton rode the bench last year. That doesn't mean he's bad. That means Carson Beck was there. Now Carson Beck's gone. Gunnar is the starter. Gunnar's good. You know what I'm saying? Is Ty Simpson any good? Ty Simpson's been on Alabama's team for 4 years. If he's so good, why didn't he start over Jalen Milroe last year? Well, he didn't start over Jalen Milroe last year because Jalen Milroe was the starting quarterback, not Ty Simpson. Now Jalen Milroe's gone, so Ty Simpson's the starting quarterback. Doesn't mean Ty Simpson's bad. Just means he didn't start last year. Yeah. Iowa on the ground picks up a first down. That's a face mask that they're not going to call. Oh, there it is. They did throw the flag. I thought Rutgers was going to get away with one, but that's an obvious face mask there. If Florida beats Miami, Octavian will run for governor of Florida. Can you imagine?
Oh my God.
Can you imagine? I mean, I'd like to say no, there's no way Octavian would ever become governor. But have you seen some of these governors? Like, for example, the Florida governor.
The current Florida governor?
Yeah. DJ Oogadoogbadoog is good since he started everywhere he went. Yeah, it's just that comment just doesn't make any sense because you're saying if Arch Manning was any good, he would have started last year. Well, there are millions of quarterbacks who didn't start and then did and were good. So like just Arch Manning not playing last year in and of itself is not an indication or any sign or whatever that he's not going to be good. Because there are good quarterbacks every year who didn't play last year. You know what I'm saying?
You okay? You came barreling in here. Like somebody was.
Oklahoma State has somehow managed to kick another field goal and cut the lead to 7. It's now 19-12. Tulsa with the lead and the ball. 5:44 to go in the game. Tulsa, look at this. Oh my God. Oklahoma State's defense. Gee, he just ran through 8 armed. It should have been a 2-yard gain. Instead, it's a 10-yard gain. Just running through armed. Oklahoma State is so bad, y'all. They are, every single play I watch of this game is Oklahoma State doing something bad. Look at this tackling. What are they doing? That is bad. That is real bad. God, that's bad. Josh Pate takes it personally whenever you say peanut head in your videos. Oh, shit. Shout out Josh Pate. Shout out Josh Pate. Gundy needs to go. Yeah, I agree. He's outlived his usefulness there. This is getting hard to watch, this Oklahoma State football. Mike Gundy gets fired today. I mean, no one would argue if he did. Anytime a coach has been there as long as Gundy's been there, I always assume they're going to let him coach out the year and quit rather than humiliating him by firing him. But he obviously deserves to be fired other than the fact that he's been there for it. Like, that's the only good thing you can say about Gundy right now is, well, he's been there a long time. Like, that's literally the only good thing you can say about him right now. You knew Gundy was done when he hired Todd Grantham as DC for this year's team. I want to know what blackmail Todd Grantham has on the college football universe, because this guy keeps getting defensive coordinator jobs in the NFL and in college, and every fan base he's ever worked for hates him. Hates him. He was at Georgia. Georgia fans hated him. He was at Florida. Florida fans hated him. He goes to the NFL. They hate him. He comes back to college. Every job he has, when he leaves, they hate him. Like, he hasn't been good anywhere, but he's constantly a defensive coordinator somewhere. It's the weirdest thing. He's like a weatherman. It doesn't matter how wrong he is. He gets to keep a job permanently. It's weird. That's a great point, H-Post. That is really weird. I know we talk shit, but I appreciate you a ton. You keep me from going insane. Tennessee making me depressed. Shit, I've been there, man. I've been a Georgia fan for a long time, so I say this all the time. Georgia's a great team and a great program right now, but they were not always this. So I've been on every possible end of the college football fan spectrum. which is another reason why I'm a college football fan with a favorite team instead of just a fan of the Georgia Bulldogs. I can watch any college football game and enjoy it. Do I like it when Georgia wins? Yeah. Do I want Georgia to go 1-0 every year? Yeah. Are they? No. They'll be bad again at some point. Iowa throws out of bounds, incomplete on 1st and 10 out of the back of the end zone. We need Iowa to score here, y'all. We've got Iowa minus 2.5. We need them to score. Tulsa on the ground across midfield to the Oklahoma State 46-yard line. Under 3.5 minutes to go now. Oklahoma State running out of time, which is great news for the Paylou movement. We've got Tulsa plus 10, and they're actually winning by 7, so there's no way we lose this one. Sorry about the question. It came across as extremely ignorant, not confusing. That's on me, and I admit that was a stupid question. Now, don't worry about it, Michael Stevens. It's no big deal. I don't going off about it for 5 minutes and anything against you. That's what we do around here. We talk a lot of shit around here. We joke around and all that, but so yeah, don't apologize, man. You're in good company around here, buddy. QB is for UAB. Remember Jalen Kitna from Florida. DJ Lagway is the new Jalen Kitna? Is that what you're saying? Wasn't it John Kitna? Do you think Archie should just hire Bobby as their head coach again? I don't know if he'll be a successful head coach, but I thought that was that was why they brought him there. Because Pittman was sort of not doing it anymore, and they said, well, we'll bring Petrino in, and then that'll be a smooth transition when we get rid of Pittman. So that's just kind of what I assumed would happen. Lou, the under is still alive. Somehow. Somehow. Wouldn't that be amazing if the under ended up hitting in this game? Iowa wins 24-21 or something. End up winning both bets, Iowa minus 2.5 and the under, after they scored 42 points in the first half. That'd be wild. Oh, yeah, the rent is too damn high. The rent is too damn high. You want Florida to beat Miami tomorrow? Are you a Florida fan or just hate Miami? It would be hilarious. If Florida wins tomorrow, it's going to be fucking hilarious. The Miami Hurricane fans will jump out of a window if they lose to a terrible Florida team. They really will. The Tulsa running back who ran over defenders is a former Oklahoma State player. Oh, no. Oh, no. So this is a revenge game for him, then. John Kitna's son, who got dismissed for Florida for the child porn. Now, he got found not guilty of that. I don't know the details. Maybe it was a plea agreement or whatever. I don't know. He did get arrested, though, for child porn on his computer or whatever, but I think those charges got thrown out, so I don't want to slander him if it was some kind of mistake. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the details there. Iowa with the ball, 2nd and 10. They're in field goal range. Don't fuck anything up here now. On the ground, down to about the 7-yard line. 3rd down coming up now for Iowa. My team has a bye week, so I don't need to overlook teams or look ahead of the season. I get to watch games. Yeah, the least stressful weeks of the season is when your favorite team has the bye week. I know how that goes. Carson Beck's going to carve up Florida tomorrow. Miami's offensive line is legit. And that's a big help to somebody like Carson Beck, because his weakness is that he's not very mobile. His strength is that he can read defenses and pick them apart if he has time. And a great offensive line is what he needs, and that's what he has. Play action pass for Iowa. Throws, dropped. Would have walked into the end zone too, and he dropped it. So we're going to see another field goal attempt. The last 2 field goal attempts have been missed. Iowa missed one, and Rutgers had one blocked. We'll see if Iowa can make one here. Billy Napier will be working at a gas station next season, and Octavian will visit him and argue with him. I would love to see that. I'd love to see Octavian show up and argue with Billy Napier at a gas station, or anywhere, really. Granny porn is still okay. Well, it's legal, I think. I don't know if it's necessarily okay, but it's legal as far as I know. If it's consensual, I guess. Gundy might be working at a McDonald's. Does Lance and Jasper still make content? No, he's either dead or in prison. I don't know which, but I'm convinced that one of those two things is true. He's either dead or in prison, are my two guesses for him. Is it legal to have sex with animals in West Virginia? I've got no idea, but lots of things are legal. Lots of things are legal that aren't necessarily a good idea. Like, I mean, in South Carolina, you could ride a motorcycle without a helmet on. That doesn't make it a good idea. It's Darwinism in real time. Oklahoma State with the ball, but big surprise here. They can't do anything. They're looking at a 4th and 5 now. This is their last ditch effort. 4th and 5 for Oklahoma State coming up with about 2 minutes to go in the game. They're down 7. Octavian would definitely win that argument. Probably. Can you imagine Octavian outside of a gas station yelling at Billy Napier with the sir and are you on drugs, sir? Respectfully, Mr. Napier, sir. 4th and 5, pass, incomplete, not even close to a wide open receiver. And that's the game. With 2:16 to go, Tulsa takes over. And Oklahoma State's got no timeouts. So this game is over. Pump my gas, sir. Yeah. I need the key to the bathroom, sir. Because you know he wouldn't work at a nice gas station with open bathrooms. He'd work at one of those gas stations where you need security to even go inside of it. You know, the metal bars on the front. You know, they only have 2 gas pumps out front. One of them doesn't work. They've got the manual thing that you have to slide left and right to turn the pump off and on. You go inside, the clerk is behind 3 inches of plexiglass, and there's just a little hole to slide the money through. That's the type of gas station Billy Napier would. And the bathroom's not even inside the gas station. It's in a separate building on the other side of the parking lot, you know. You know QB for UAB, Jalen Kitna from Florida. Okay, we read that. We're good. Lustradamus say, why is 2 + 2 the same as 2 × 2? Get Vabdu on it. They smart. Tulsa fans should rush the Oklahoma State field. They own it. Oh, that is looking for trouble if we ever get in the habit of opposing fans rushing the opponent's home stadium. That you talk about safety concerns. That's at the top of the list there. All right, Iowa made the field goal. They're up 3, 24-21 with 14 minutes to go. Do you think Syracuse beats Clemson? I say yes. No, I don't. I think Clemson wins. It'd be hilarious, but I think Clemson wins that one. How is Tennessee versus Florida more of a rival than Tennessee versus UGA? Tennessee has played each of them the same amount of times. I just don't know anybody that well, first of all, both of those games are at best third rivals. So, I mean, you've got Alabama and Vandy ahead of both of those. I would argue Kentucky's ahead of both of those in terms of historical, traditional rivals for Tennessee. I don't consider Georgia-Tennessee a rival at all. Georgia's got 3 rivals, Auburn, Florida, and Georgia Tech. The fact that you really like a game doesn't make it a rivalry. Governor Octavian would exit out of his limo to argue with Billy Napier while buying a slushie. Octavian's going to go in there and buy a slushie and a box of Black and Milds. Billy Napier's going to have to ring up a box of Black and Milds for Octavian. Yeah, Georgia's got 3 rivals: Florida, Auburn, Georgia Tech. So who Georgia plays third, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me who Georgia's third team is. I couldn't care less. Plus, they're going to play everybody in the SEC twice every 4 years. So getting all bent out of shape because you have to play somebody 4 times in 4 years instead of 2 times in 4 years is pretty retarded. But nevertheless, the internet is going to be full of people doing that next week as soon as that SEC schedule comes out. Everybody's going to, it doesn't even matter who they schedule the games for. People are going to complain no matter what because that's what people like to do today. They like to complain on the internet. Baseball is not America's pastime anymore. Complaining online is. That's America's pastime. Complaining on the internet. Ooh, Rutgers into the end zone, incomplete. They went for it there. Didn't get it. Octavian's going to end up winning the lottery. Just wait. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Second and 10 coming up now for Rutgers. Iowa still with the 3-point lead, 24-21. Will you let them troll you for a minute? I'm going to get a refill and go pee. Be nice to the lady. I'll be right back.
Good morning. Hey, girl, hey. Right here. Good morning, everybody. Well, we're not married, so there's that. Yeah, I know you are, Pastor Dave. I am too. What's cooking as in what are we having for food? I'm making jambalaya tomorrow. I did. I quit smoking. July was a year that I quit smoking. What's up, Evie? Yeah. I mean, it was it wasn't that bad actually. So, wait, what does that say? You tell Lou Muster said he needs to get off his butt and find a rock. A rock. How did you quit smoking? Lou's strategy was to sleep for 3 days. I mean, I just quit cold turkey. So I wasn't really much of a smoker. I considered myself really like just a social smoker, but at one point in time I was smoking like 2 packs a day though. That was right after I got separated and divorced though. Did I take NyQuil with Lou? No. No, I'd get some great views if I put Lou in a sleeper hold. You guys are sick. You guys are sick. He's too tall. I'd have to, like... I'm really short. I'm like 5'3". He's like 5'11". So... More like a step stool. I don't not a ladder, but more like a step stool. Jesus. Uncle Lou's bath towel. Are you okay? They want me to put you in a chokehold.
Why? What did I do?
They said you'd get great views if I put you in a chokehold.
Come on, man. Stop mistreating Uncle Lou. I tried to find a candy. Y'all didn't hit it already.
No, it's in the
I don't know where
cabinet.
it is. I looked. I didn't see no candy in there.
So, and then
I don't know what y'all did with it. I can't have no candy, I guess.
No, you want some? I'll bring you some.
Yeah, I want that sour candy.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. Yeah, it's in the door. I put it in the door.
Oh, okay. Do you think the Georgia Tech game will end or date moved? No. Neither. Well, the date's already been moved. I mean, it's played on Friday now, but I don't think it's being moved away from rivalry weekend, if that's what you mean. Okay.
Reese's cups are on the floor in the refrigerator.
Yeah, get me some. See, we were Halloween candy. I know it ain't Halloween. I don't give a fuck.
All right, I think I'm going to bed.
All right.
Yeah.
This game's probably got about 30 minutes left.
Okay, that's fine. You sign in here? Yeah.
What's this shit? Nerd gummy clusters.
Those are my favorite. I love those.
These are pretty good.
Yeah, I love those.
Brett Brown, thank you for the super chat. He says, you ought not killed my little QB. He ought to had a chance to grow. Oh, Sling Blade. You ought not kill my little QB. He ought to had a chance to grow it up. He would have had fun for some time. Carl Childers. Thank you, Brett Brown and Tony, for the super chats. I appreciate that. Did he catch that? Did that guy catch that in that Oklahoma State game? That's an unbelievably good catch, if that's a catch. I think Dan Lanning broke Mike Gundy. I think Dan Lanning's a great coach. What is he on? And I'm not even judging, because everybody's got their issues. Iowa just fumbled for no reason, but they recovered it after Oregon took the lead, or after Rutgers took the lead. Yeah, I'm not judging Dan Lanning, but what is he on? This is a crazy good catch in the Oklahoma State game if they roll this thing a catch. An unbelievable catch. Iowa with the ball down 4. So, field goal no good now. They're going to have to find a way to score. Adderall? Dang. Mike Gundy eats Fun Dip? Fun Dip. Iowa 1st and 10. They keep it on the ground off left tackle. Gain of about 5 or 6. We're down under 9 minutes to go now. Iowa's down 4. So they're going to have to stop with the field goal shit and score a touchdown here if they want to take the lead. Black tar heroin? Dang. I don't think it's that. Are you going to stream every Friday? It depends on the games that are on and my schedule for the week. So I can't say for sure. Coffee, 5-hour energy, and Red Bull. That could be it. Yeah, this review is taking forever. No review should take this long. Y'all know my thoughts on reviews. If the review takes this long, then there's obviously not conclusive evidence to overturn it, so the call should stay however it is on the field. In order to overturn a call, there has to be clear evidence. And if it takes this long, there's no clear evidence, so they need to leave it that was called on the field. But don't listen to me. Well, it's a catch. Another life for Oklahoma State. There's only 20 seconds left in the game, though. Back to throw. Over the middle, caught. First down. To the Tulsa 41. They've got no timeouts left, so they got to hurry. Spikes the ball, stops the clock with 11 seconds to go. Third and 8 for Iowa, back to throw. Rolls out to his right, under pressure, gets rid of it. Nearly intercepted and incomplete. Flag down, though. Pass interference, maybe? Oklahoma State, Hail Mary into the end zone, incomplete. Still 2 seconds left, though, so they're going to get another shot. Are they going to get Rutgers for pass interference here? Another huge penalty on Rutgers. Yeah, it is pass interference. An obvious pass interference. Holding. Not even on the player they threw it to, but I mean, that was obvious. You have to call that. That's obvious holding. That gives Iowa a first down. They're on their own 42 now. They're down 4, 7:55 to go in the game. Handoff. Gains about 5. 3 seconds left. Oklahoma State's got time for one more Hail Mary. They're around midfield. They can throw it into the end zone because they just threw it into the end zone in the last play. So he's got enough arm to get it there. They just need to come up with a catch to try to send this thing to overtime. They're down 7. This will be the last play of the game. Second and 6 for Iowa, empty backfield. Back to throw. Goes deep. Has a man. Caught down inside the 15. 1st and 10, Iowa in the red zone. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Oklahoma State's lined up for their last play. 3 seconds to go in the game. They're on the Tulsa 42. It'll be a Hail Mary into the end zone here. Nope, hook and ladder. Wow. Actually got it all the way down inside the 10-yard line on a hook and lateral. But tackled inside the 10, and Tulsa goes into Oklahoma State and gets the win 19-12. Humiliation for Oklahoma State and Mike Gundy. 1st and 10 for Iowa. They run the option. Quarterback keeps inside the 5 down to the 1. It's going to be 1st and goal, Iowa at the 1. Come on, Iowa. We need Iowa to win. We need Iowa to win. We hit our bet on Tulsa, so that's 1. We're going to lose the over-under bet, so that's 1-1. The last bet we have is Iowa minus 2.5, so we need Iowa to score a touchdown and kick an extra point here. That would put them up by 3. For any Auburn fans that might be watching, 3 is more than 2.5, so that would be a win if they can hang on. Quarterback keeps again and walks into the end zone untouched. Touchdown, Iowa. All right, extra point will give them a 3-point lead. T-Boone Pickens should fire Gundy. Extra point good. 31-28. Got us a game here. You know, I feel like we've gotten pretty lucky on these Friday night games. And a couple of the Thursday night games we did too. That we ended up getting some good games. It might not have been great teams or like exciting matchups, but I feel like the games have been good. Texas A&M would go 10-2 with Florida State's 2024 schedule. Well, go to the ACC then. Texas A&M doesn't have Florida State's schedule. They've got their schedule, and they go 8-4 every year like it's their job. It doesn't matter what some other team's schedule is. It only matters what your schedule is. Gundy to UCLA? Come on, man. What? Come on. Gundy to UCLA. PayPal, sir. I got you, Joe. Let's see what's going on over there. Yeah, I'm going to have to shit all over Oklahoma State on the Your Season Is Over video on Sunday. They're an abomination of football at this point. They're really bad. This Iowa Rutgers game is going to come down to the wire, though. Joe DiMaggio. Thank you for supporting the show, buddy. Good to see you in here. He says, I hope all is well, brother. All is great, Joe. All is great for your boy, Uncle Lou. Loving life over here. It's football season. My favorite time of the year. The weather's about to turn cool. Doesn't really get cold down here. But the weather's cooling off a little bit. I mean, it's still in the 80s here every day. It was almost 90 here today. It was 90 here today. The high was 90 here today. But we're getting to that point of the year where it really does start to cool off, get less hot. Having some jambalaya tomorrow. Man, that's going to be good. Jambalaya and cornbread tomorrow. Does that make y'all mad? What the fuck? The lady just brought me this candy. What the fuck is this? You're trolling me with the candy now? I'm not eating that. I'm not falling for that. Need some goddamn troll candy. I'm not falling for that troll candy shit. Trying to sabotage me. Trying to sabotage me with the troll candy. Who does she think she is? You got to keep your head on a swivel around here. This is alarming. She's trying to get me with that damn troll candy. I'm not eating that shit. Your mom to UCLA? My mom died like 7 years ago, dude. She's not going to UCLA. It's good. I'm not eating that shit. UGA is gonna skull fuck Bama tomorrow, says somebody with a very low IQ in the comments section. Rank these coaches from best to worst. Gundy, Dion, Napier. Right now, if I had to hire one of those, Dion. After that would probably be, I'd probably hire Napier over Gundy because I think Napier at least tries. Napier at least wants to coach. I don't think Gundy wants to be involved in college football anymore. He'd be my last choice. Iowa with the interception. Let's go. Let's go. Pay Lou. Pay Lou. Pay me. Pay me. Let's go. Some more points wouldn't hurt my feelings here. A little cushion wouldn't hurt my feelings here. Joe, we're hitting bets today, buddy. You still in here? Looks like we're going to be 2-1 today. We had Tulsa plus the points. That was a winner. We had under 46 points in this game. That's a loser. But then we live bet Iowa minus 2.5. So it looks like we're going 2-1. Yep, looks like we're going 2-1. That's a winning day right there. That's a winning day. I'll take 2-1 every day of my life gambling. Of course, that's easier said than done. Big run for Iowa, 11 yards. And yes, that is, for Iowa, yes, that is a big run. Yeah, we lost the under, but I won 2 other bets, so that's 2-1. Won the Tulsa bet. Iowa minus 2.5 would be a winner. That's 2 wins. The under is a loss. That's 2-1. That's a winning day. It's a winning day. First and 10, Iowa in the red zone. Shotgun, snap. Quarterback draw. Has room. Breaks a tackle. Falls forward. Gain of 9. on the play. 2nd and 1 coming up now for Iowa. They're leaning on them now. Leaning on them now. I done ate too much damn candy. This candy away from me. Get that candy away from me. I've done ate that whole bag of candy. I'm sick. I'm a fucking child. I'm a fucking toddler. You eat the baked potato? I'd love to be eating a baked potato. I love baked potato. Y'all eat the skin on the baked potato? I do. Now, you got to cook it right in order to be able to eat the skin. Coat it in some olive oil, salt and pepper on the outside like that. But then you can eat the skin. The skin's the best part. The skin's the best part of the baked potato. I get that sugar rush from that candy. There's no slowing me down now, Berg. I'll stay up all night. I'll work all night and get this shit done. I'm on whatever Dan Lanning's on. Yeah. I'm on whatever. I'll have some of whatever Dan Lanning's having. I'll stay up for a fucking week straight. All right, let's see if Iowa can score a touchdown here and just put this thing away. That'd be ideal, wouldn't it? Yep, it would. It would be ideal. That would be ideal, sir. All right, 1st and 10 Iowa, coming up on 2.5 minutes to go in the game. They're up 3, which is important to know. On the ground, has room inside the 10, stiff arm, 5, down to the 1, close to a first down. It looks like he's going to be a little short. 2nd and a yard from the 2. Sir. 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 This is a Live Lucky hat. Lou's got that tiger blood. Yeah, somebody told me I was bipolar. I said, bipolar? Huh. I'm bi-winning. I win here and I win there. Now what? Tiger blood. I was banging 8-gram rocks. What did he say? And Charlie Sheen is wild. I only have one speed. Go. Oh, shit. Don't lie, that's a Notre Dame hat. No, it's a Live Lucky hat, see? I only have one speed. Go. Oh, man. Shit. Notre Dame hat. No, I don't have a Notre Dame hat. The only college I have a bunch of Georgia hats, and then I have that one UNLV hat. Those are the only 2 college hats I have. Is FSU still in the ACC? Yeah, I Googled it right before I went live, and they are still in the ACC. Yep, no signs of leaving either. Yeah, I watched the Charlie Sheen documentary the other day. But I remember when all that shit happened with the Tiger Blood thing, and he went on the Today Show and talked about banging 8-gram rocks, and I'm winning here and winning there. And it was wild. Living with the 3 porn stars and that whole deal. That was a wild couple of months there. FSU might win it this year. Man, just because they beat... You're a Bama fan, man. Just because they beat you don't mean they're winning it all. Did Vandy win it all last year? Come on, man. He said if you took what I did, your brain would explode. Yeah. Yeah. He's wild. He's wild. Touchdown, Iowa. Iowa scored 37-28. The extra point will make it a 10-point game. We've got Iowa minus 2.5. So the only way we can lose is if Rutgers scores and makes a 2-point conversion for no reason. Even if they score and kick an extra point, we're still good. We've got Iowa minus 2.5, and they're up 10. So I'm feeling pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, his goddesses. Yeah, exactly. Yep. What's up, David? David, maybe you can help us, buddy. You're an Oregon man. We're trying to figure out, what is Dan landing on? What's he taking, man? For real. I'm not judging. Everybody's got their own issues, myself included. So I'm not judging. I just want to know what it is. What is he on? Don't nobody talk like that with their teeth all gritted and veins popping in his eyeballs and stuff. Like, what's the deal with that? Zen don't do that to you. Zens don't do that to you. Zen and what else? Top 5 hottest seats in college. They're scrolling across the bottom of the screen for you, bud. High on life and maybe some fentanyl. I don't think it's fentanyl's a downer, I think. He's on uppers. He's not on no downers. He could use some downers. Seven-leg parlay. Hey, just light that money on fire. Seven-leg parlay. You're better off buying a lottery ticket. Lou puts ice in his bottled water. No, this and this is tap water. This is tap water in a bottle. It's not even bottled water, dummy. So everything you typed was wrong. So you need to correct that. There's no ice and it's not bottled water, dummy. This is tap water without ice. So literally everything you typed was wrong. Giant L, my man. Giant L. 2 of them, too. All right, Ja'Cory Williams. Appreciate you hanging out with us tonight, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, 2 minutes to go in a 10-point game. Rutgers with the ball. Lou, do you have one of those Brita filters? No. I'm not a pussy. I drink tap water. There's nothing wrong with it. Put down your soy milk and whatever else you're doing and just drink tap water out of a garden hose. You'll be just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Is there a way to send a pic to you from where I'm listening from? You can email me. Are y'all really scared of tap water? Holy shit. What is wrong with people today? What is wrong with y'all today? Y'all youngins today. Fucking with your made up gluten allergies and all this other shit you made up. There's no such thing as a gluten allergy. And there's nothing wrong with tap water. Commercial break on the game. When they come back, we'll be down to the last 2 minutes of the game. Rutgers has the ball, down 10 points in that. What I might do here. Microplastics will get you. Is that something, some other boogeyman you're afraid of now too? You use paper straws too, don't you? Oh, can I request a paper straw, please? You want a tampon too, or what else do you need to go with your paper straw? All right, here we go. 2nd and 10 for Rutgers. They're near midfield, but they're going to be sacked all the way back at the 43. 3rd and oblivion coming up now for Rutgers. They're down 10, a minute 45 to go. UCLA and Virginia Tech in the Tampon Bowl. Straws are pointless regardless of what they're made of. Dang. I only use a straw when I'm in the car. That's it. Other than that, I don't use a straw either. Like at restaurants. I don't use straws at restaurants. James Cooper says, I'm retarded. I'm retarded here and I'm retarded there. Now what? I don't know. I'm right there with you, dude. I'm pretty retarded myself. Tap water gets you zooted, Lou. Well, that's my excuse then. I got them zooted out of my mind. This tap water's got me like, whoa. Iowa nearly intercepted another pass. Falls incomplete, though. And that's going to be it. That was the 4th down play. Game over. I mean, there's a minute 28, but Iowa just has to come out and take a couple of knees, and that's going to do it. That's going to do it. Too much penicillin in municipal water supply. Going to create a super bug. Yeah, right. I don't see how some of y'all get out of bed in the morning, really. As afraid as y'all are. What's my most confident bet tomorrow? You want my lock of the millennium? Let's see. What is Uncle Lou's lock of the week? What do I like? I've got about 10 games I've already bet tomorrow. I really like Oklahoma minus 6.5. I like Florida, Miami under 51. I like Illinois plus 4. Michigan State plus 17.5. There you go. And of course, UNLV minus 2.5. UNLV is a wagon, dude. UNLV is a fucking wagon. You shouldn't be waiting on me to tell you to bet UNLV every week. But obviously, you bet UNLV every week. They're a wagon. UNLV minus 2.5. Thank you, David and Cornelius, for the super chats. I appreciate that. Dan Lanning is on that tap water. Well, it does it for me. Now, of course, I did drink 2 white chocolate mochas before I went on stream. Well, I was drinking the second one when the stream started. So the white chocolate mochas might have had something to do with it too for me. But the tap water just put me over the edge though. And all that damn candy I ate may or may not have had something to do with it as well. Tap water makes you have a small pee-pee. That sounds like something your mom told you to make you feel better when you were little. It's not your fault, little buddy. It's that tap water we gave you. Meanwhile, it's just genetics. Your entire family has tiny fucking dicks. Sorry, get off drugs. The gummy worms are where you draw the line. I don't know about gummy worms, but I'm not eating that fucking troll candy, if that's what she's talking about. I'm not falling for that banana in the tailpipe routine. You're not getting me with that one. Dan Lanning does a coffee enema. Whoa. That's on some Tennessee butt chugging level type shit there. Georgia Bama over under 54.5. I don't know. I haven't thought about the total on that game, but so I don't know. Am I going to the Georgia game at Mercedes? No, I work during college football season. I don't leave the house from the middle of August till the end of January. Over under on Lagway interceptions tomorrow. I have a feeling Florida's going to try to run the ball. Now, it might not work. I'm not saying that, but I don't think Lagway's throwing the ball 40-something times tomorrow. So I'll go under 2.5. I'll go under 1.5 interceptions. Do you have the over or under in the UJ versus Bay? Objection. Asked and answered. Stop badgering the witness. Is there a Patreon stream tomorrow? Hold on, let me read the screen. Yes, there is. Lou, do you think Nebraska will beat Michigan tomorrow? Yes. I'm taking Nebraska in that one. But that ain't no lock. That one could go either way. But you got to make a pick, so I'll take Nebraska. Patreon stream tomorrow at 7. Patreon stream tomorrow at 7. And if you're a member of the Patreon page, you need to check the post I made earlier today. I'll be explaining the details of that tomorrow night during the Patreon stream. So for everybody that is on the Patreon, make sure you go look at that post I put up a few hours ago. I'm not giving it away tomorrow, but I will be explaining it tomorrow. Shout out to OSU, our little brother. They tried so hard, did their best. Hope they don't cry too hard. Boomer. Yeah, Oklahoma State is in a bad way right now. Could be looking for a new coach here by the end of the season. Lagway, how many interceptions tomorrow? I don't know. Under 2. Oklahoma State should change their name back to Oklahoma A&M. Damn. Oh no, then they go 8-4 every year. They're not even that good. Barry Sanders is somewhere pissed off. Yeah. Can't blame anyone for taking Nebraska. Michigan needs to prove it, and they will. Nebraska kind of needs to prove it too, though. Kind of a prove-it game for both teams. Now, Michigan, of course, is in a little bit more of desperation mode, maybe, since they already have a loss, but who's the best team in the ACC? Looks like Miami to me. Miami, Florida State, Georgia Tech after that, Louisville, SMU, my neighbor, and then Clemson. Why did you bet Tennessee covering against UAB? Because I'm allergic to money. Maybe Tulsa is just that good. That comment would make sense if it weren't for the fact that they were 1-2 before today, which leads me to believe that they're probably not that good. My night's been great, buddy. Cannot complain. Dabo will be crying in a therapy room. Damn. If they lose to Clemson tomorrow, then I don't even know what to say. If they lose to Syracuse, I mean. Who's worse, Kansas State or Oklahoma State? I think Oklahoma State's way worse than Kansas State. You're in Tulsa? Why? Why? Are you an Indian or something? Tennessee is 3-0 against the spread. That's great. Georgia's 0-3. Guess who won the game? TV's off. Also in 2. Gundy will be at a truck stop next season. Yeah, he's going to be doing something. I don't think he's going to be coaching football. Not at Oklahoma State. And honestly, I don't think he minds. I think he wants to get fired just so he can get his buyout and retire. That's what I think. All right, I'm going to get out of here, y'all. Got to get up early in the morning. I will be on at 9 a.m. for the college kickoff show. Make sure you tune in for that. We have a really good time. We got the rigged wheel. The rigged wheel will be up and running at 9 a.m. in the morning. We'll see if somebody can win some money. And then the Patreon stream tomorrow is going to be at 7 o'clock for the primetime games. Make sure you tune in tomorrow night to that Patreon stream. I'll be announcing the details of that $1,000 giveaway. But I am giving away $1,000 over on the Patreon page. If you're not signed up on the Patreon, I don't know what you're doing. I really don't know what you're doing if you're not signed up on the Patreon page. So there, I'll post a link again. The link's in the description of the video. Tomorrow night, Patreon stream, 7 p.m. We'll hang out, watch all the primetime games, and I'll give you the details on the $1,000 giveaway tomorrow night at 7. All right, everybody. Hope y'all had fun tonight. I did. Had a great time hanging out with y'all watching these games. And we ended up getting another good one. Rutgers and Iowa. Iowa hangs on to win by 10, which was a pay-lose situation, which we absolutely love. All right, we'll see if we can make some more money tomorrow on these college football games. But until then, though, you already know. Have a good morning.